Speaker, I'd like to seek your guidance. Page 8C, a delegation from the Korean Industrial Center from South Korea. Mr. Speaker, if the table office can double check, because there are a couple of the South Korean industrial centers, as to which one that visited us, if there can be some clarification and specify.
Well, the correction of votes and proceedings has to do with not capturing what happened on the floor of the House. The communication that came, that was how it was captured. There was no differentiation. So whatever is at page 8 of the vote and proceedings was the correct position of what transpired in the House. I read the communication, and I can vividly recall that that was how it was captured. So whatever is here depicts what exactly happened on the floor of the House yesterday. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
That's paragraph B ends with N. If you look at the other paper for yesterday, it had the same spelling, but on his name, on console, or what is captured, but on his console, it is G, it ends with G, it is G, it ends with G. So
yes, you indicated that that was the way it was captured on the other paper for yesterday.
Yes.
So I'm trying to find out from the honorable member whether what is on the console is wrong or what is in the other paper is wrong.
Yeah, you are right. So we need to.
So table office, take note and take it up with the honorable member.
But Speaker, I'm told that in the votes, its name, it has a G, but we can still check.
Very well. Table office should cross check. Page 10. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Sorry. Yeah.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, with respect, let me crave your indulgence and take you to page 8. I was on my feet, but you couldn't see me. Page 8, item 6, line 4. The President traveled on Saturday, 1st February 2026. Per the calendar, 1st February 2026. Per the calendar, something fundamentally should be wrong with that date. January instead. And Speaker, if you kindly indulge me once again, on page 1 is the minutes of the first sitting of the first meeting. It should instead be second sitting of the first meeting. Thank you very much. That's page 1.
Kindly take notes. We then move to page 10, page 11. Yes?
Yes, Speaker, just a minor observation I've made on page 10. Item 9, rights. If you look at the other human rights, human rights. Thank you. Under supplement, business statement. Sorry, page 13, business statement. Opening. The committee met on Wednesday, 3rd February. Yesterday was Wednesday. It should be Tuesday.
Table office cross-check the correct dates as well as the
it should
day.
be Tuesday, 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Page 14.
Thank you so much. May I propose that we delete Edu? The attempt to write Michael was wrongly spelled. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. Thank you very much, honorable member. Page 15. Yes, Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
Speaker, I need you to, I may be wrong, but I need your guidance on this. On page 14, Committee on Youth and Sports. the stadia that were visited, the third one is Accra Sports Stadium. And I thought it used to be on Hinijan, but I don't know whether there was a mistake. It was changed again.
Kindly check Sports Stadium.
On Hinijan.
Or it's Ohinijan Sports Stadium. So table office, cross-check. Other members, any correction on page 15?
Speaker, just a minor one. Item 3. I, Mr. Horin Kwashiga, Ministry of Sports and
Table office, take note and cross-check. Other members, in the absence of any further corrections, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 4th February 2026. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 15, item 2, my name, Michael, they spelled it M-I-C-H-E-A-L.
But same has been corrected.
No, it should be A-E-L.
I'm saying that same has been corrected by Frank Afriye.
He said something different from what I'm saying.
Is it not the correction of the same name?
Yes.
Correction of the same name?
No, he was talking about the Mr., but then I'm talking about the
He said after Mr. Or Frank Afriye, your correction was that after Mr. we do the correction.
Exactly so, Speaker.
Same had already been done. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 4 February 2026 as corrected is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, the official report of Tuesday, 16th December 2025. For your correction, yes, Honourable Professor Kingsley Nyanko.
Yes, Speaker, on the Front Committee on Economy and Development on the Bank of Ghana Amendment Bill 2026. I go to column 12 for another consequential correction, because we go to column 12, it still has 2026.
You are right. Consequentially, same should be corrected.
Thank you.
Honourable members, any further correction? In the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 16th December 2026 as corrected is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, if I could apply to vary the order of business so that we will take item number 13, you to refer the amendments to the...
Well, your application, I will subject it to the minority view. Then when we are at the consideration stage, then you make the application.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Speaker, the leader related...
The application is to take item number 13.
Yes.
At page 3 of today's order paper.
Speaker, we are not opposed.
Thank you very much. Legal Education Reform Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes, Majority Leader, we can now take your application.
But also, Mr. Speaker, given the number of amendments proposed, about 72 of them, I will apply that you refer the amendments to the winnowing committee so that they can look at it and then report back to the House.
Yes, the application is to refer the numerous amendments to the winnowing committee.
Speaker, it's understandable and it's a popular call, so we are not...
Education Reform Bill 2025 is referred to the winnowing committee. Honourable members, I urge upon the winnowing committee to take a second look at the amendments and probably do. I so direct. Yes. Yes, let the maize be tilted.
Speaker, I also will apply for variation of order of business so that we can take item number 19, which is the the second reading of the 24-hour economy authority bill.
With respect, we are not objecting, but just to remind leader that item 9, if you may reference, item 9 has been on the order paper for some time. And today I saw the Honorable Collins Dowda here. Again, item 12, the House Committee report, the chair of the House Committee, the respected Whip, is also here. I don't know if it is part of the plan to take this report or they will have to reschedule it tomorrow. But we are not objecting to, I think, second consideration of the 24-hour economy. We are not objecting to it. We can go ahead and take item 19. I'm only worried about the 9 and 12 that have been lying for a long time.
Very well, that is a legitimate concern. But let's first of all take the item numbered 19. That's motion 19, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You may now move. You may now move first the procedural motion numbered 18. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my recollection is that the motion was advertised yesterday. It was advertised yesterday. So, okay. So we still need to move for abridgment of time. Yes. It is 2 days at least, yeah.
Because the rules now says 3 sitting days. Yeah, so Attorney General, you may move motion number 18 first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed, Authority Bill 2025.
Procedural motion number 18.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Back to
Floor is motion numbered 18.
that has been seconded.
All members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Those by, those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Now, consequential motion numbered 19, Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Be now read a second time. I so move.
Move.
Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the committee's report on 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, on 24-hour economy authority bill was laid in Parliament by the Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Dr. Justice Sremsai, on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, in accordance with Article 1061 of the 1992 Constitution. Pursuant to Article 104 and Order 238 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, the Right Honourable Speaker referred the bill to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs for consideration and report to plenary. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Hansard Department to capture the entire report while I go straight to the conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, the committee in conclusion concludes that the 24-hour economy and the accelerated export development program provides a comprehensive framework to strengthen Ghana's productive capacity, reduce trade imbalances, and enhance export competitiveness. Anchored on production systems, supply chain market development, and diversified financing, its program focuses on job creation, clinical for the sustainable economic transformation, long-term implementation. 24-Hour Economy Authority Bill 2025, in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahama Shaibu. Honorable members, motion for the second reading of the 24-Hour Economy Authority Bill 2025 has been ably moved by the Attorney General. The report of the committee on the bill has been presented by the chairman of the committee. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 127, a full debate shall arise on the principles of the bill on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee. Honourable members, the floor is accordingly open. Yes, Honourable Buama.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report. The 24-hour economy is a campaign promise made by the NDC during the 2024 election campaign. Come 2025, Mr. Speaker, there were a lot of concerns about the implementation of this particular policy. On the part of the minority, calls were made for government to submit a policy paper that directs us as to the real ways in which the 24-hour economy is going to be implemented. It's interesting that 1 year down the line, we have now received what the policy and the bill that is supposed to promote the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, having looked at the report, the recommendation is to establish and the question is, what is the rationale and the basis for establishing an authority to oversee the 24-hour economy policy? Mr. Speaker, establishing authorities are not just for one policy statement implementation. Authorities are supposed to be established with main purposes of running a particular program or particular agenda over a period of time. Now, the 24-hour economy that is going to establish this authority, the question is, what is the authority supposed to do? Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report that was submitted, it talks about 3 pillars. Pillar 1, according to the report, focuses on production system. Pillar 2 deals with development of supply chain, and Pillar 3 on labor development. These are all areas that are already being dealt with by either the Ministry of Trade and Industry, you have the Ministry of Labor and the Youth Employment, or the Youth Ministry. And so you ask yourself, why are we duplicating the functions of these ministries with the creation of an authority? We all know the expenditure or the expenses that comes to establishment of authority. We have seen in this house, we've created Ghana Medical Trust, Authority, Sports, and so many authorities have been created over the past 1 year. But this particular 24-hour economy authority that is being proposed, Mr. Speaker, I find it very challenging because it is going to complicate the works that are, and duplicate the works that are already being done by the Ministry of Trade and the Youth Employment, or the Youth Ministry for Youth. So, Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat, according to the report, is supposed to also mobilize capital through the banking sector to finance critical value chains under the program. Why would the authority that is supposed to be established be given mandate to mobilize capital to finance critical value chain under the program? I find it also very alarming and interesting, because as we speak, the funding or the financing of government projects is at the behest of the Ministry of Finance. And so it is very problematic, once again, the direction in which this particular 24-hour economy is being looked at. Mr. Speaker, if you look at development of human capital, again, as the report raised, it says that it is going to be anchored on job creation, which is supposed to be done by TVET and STEM to develop the skills. TVET and STEM are already established institutions, and they already have their drawn programs. So why are we creating another 24-hour economy authority that is supposed to use the same TVET already established, the STEM program, to develop skills? This is already there. And so for me, Mr. Speaker, if not for purposes of achieving a political gain or objective, or trying to play to the public gallery that for whatever reason the 24-hour economy bill has been passed or a policy document has been submitted, the entirety of this particular 24-hour economy is already being done in Ghana by different sectors of the ministries, departments, and agencies. And so it's a duplication role, and we are going to take taxpayers' money that can be used for other developmental objectives of this country, is going to be used to establish an authority, is going to be used to pay for CEOs, it is going to be used to pay for board members, it is going to be used to pay for other officers who already we have the framework in terms of our government architecture to deliver on this particular mandate. We are not, it's a policy or it's a campaign promise. It is for the government to deliver and redeem it. So nobody would have the grounds for you to do it. But to channel other purposes or vehicles like an authority and use taxpayers' money that can be used to develop other essential parts of this economy just to establish an authority for this purpose, I find it very unnecessary, Mr. Speaker. To end, Mr. Speaker, the document that we are being looked at, or the report, never spoke about the 1-3-3 shift. The document never spoke or gave direction that the 24-hour economy is going to run the shift, whereby various particular specific areas are going to run 8-hour shifts. It's one particular job is going to create 3 jobs. That particular promise that they gave within the 24-hour economy is missing in the document or the report that is being provided before us. And so, Mr. Speaker, to end, I am of the humble opinion and view that the 24-hour economy, yes, the report is before us. I don't see any reason why we should use taxpayers' money to establish another authority to burden the taxpayer in paying for CEOs and board members whose functions already are being handled by various ministries, departments, and agencies. And so, Mr. Speaker, without more, I will say that yes, the government is running away from its own shadows, and now the chicken has come home to roost. So they should go ahead and do the 24 hours, but they shouldn't burden taxpayers by establishing an authority to run it. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, I'm not to take part in the debate, but I'll ask a rhetorical question. We have Ministry of Agric. Well, very well. I'm asked not to ask the question. I'll give the floor to Honourable Adongo.
Mr. Speaker, Those who started asking the question from day one, where is the 24-hour economy, are today praying that this bill never happened. Mr. Speaker, this authority is a law. I don't know whether somebody wants us to legislate in the law 133. I mean, I'm just struggling to understand how a lawyer will be expecting that we should put in the law that a 24-hour economy should be a 133. Certainly that beats my imagination. There are different variants of 24-hour operations. One can decide to do 122, one can decide to do 133, but that doesn't mean that it is still not a 24-hour economy. So, at the end of the day, please, I listen to you in silence. Why are you jittery? Why are you jittery? We have just started and you are already struggling. Just keep quiet and listen. Mr. Speaker, we were in this country where we were already building schools, but we still set up a law, an authority that was set up as the GET Fund. Was it because we were not building schools? We were in this country when our district assemblies were developing our communities, but we came here and set up development authorities. Were we not building toilets that you were building with authorities? So what do you mean by the fact that an activity is already being done? If you want to undertake a policy that is intersectorial, you need a coordinating mechanism to ensure that all the agencies that are participating in implementing that authority or that activity work together and get coordinated. That is what this authority is going to do. Because when we say 24-hour economy, 24-hour economy is not the same as agriculture. It is not the same as industry. It is a mainstreaming activity that you find almost in every sphere of life. So you find 24-hour economy in agriculture, you find it in industry, and you find it in services. As a result of that, you need to coordinate all those activities that you need to create the enabling environment for those agencies and institutions to be able to implement 24-hour economy. And that is what we are going to do, and you are beginning to shiver because somehow you thought that 24-hour economy was going to be your Ghana Beyond Aid that never had a policy. You thought that 24-hour economy was going to be like your free senior high school that never had a policy. You are trying to think that 24-hour economy was going to operate like your one district, one factory that never had a policy. Your digitalization that never had a policy. Today, we are walking the talk. Today, we are implementing a policy backed by a coordinating mechanism that will ensure that whatever we want to do is well thought out and implemented and funded. And that is where MPP will remain in opposition for the next 30 years because of 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it appears people did not even read the memorandum that came with the bill. If people had read the memorandum that came with the bill, they would have been clear what Cabinet and the government of Ghana wants to do with this authority. And it is not our fault that you don't read. The fact that you don't read is not our fault. But please, I would ask you to go back and read the memorandum that accompanied the bill so that you don't embarrass yourself before the people of Ghana. You don't come and make arguments that are not supported by the facts. And that the bill itself has a memorandum which explains what the government wants to do. And if you are minded, you will go and read it. Mr. Speaker, what this 24-hour economy and the authority is thinking of doing is to ensure that we create an environment that allows the private sector to take the commanding height in the implementation of this 24-hour economy. We want to make sure that at this time, when the government has already set the environment that promotes business, interest rates are dropping like you have never seen before, inflation is all over the place, and exchange rate today is something that you dreamt for 1,000 years and you can never do it. So this is the time This is the time that businessmen have confidence in the economy. This is the time that businessmen can raise money at a cheaper cost to implement 24-hour economy. This is the time that it is cheaper to import capital equipment from abroad because the exchange rate is lower. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, it is very clear that my colleagues do not understand when 24-hour economy authority is talking about human capital development. It doesn't mean that we don't have education in Ghana and that we are now going to set up STEM. What it simply means is that you must work with industry to ensure that our training institutions bring out the caliber of human resources that we need. And STEM is one of the key drivers of that agenda. And that doesn't mean that we are implementing STEM because there was no STEM. It doesn't mean that when we talk about science, it doesn't mean that we don't have science education already. But we are trying to make sure that science education is utilized to implement the 24-hour economy. And Mr. Speaker, it is important for people to read and not express ignorance when they haven't read the matters that we are discussing here. Mr. Speaker, it is also very clear. It is also very clear that by the time we finish passing this bill, we would have an enduring coordinating mechanism that will plan, that will organize, and that will make sure that the funding of 24-hour economy is provided to achieve the objectives for which His Excellency promised the people of Ghana. His Excellency promised big push. He has delivered it. He promised to reset the economy. He has reset and fixed your mess. Mr. Speaker, he promised a 24-hour economy, and he is here with a bill to set up our authority to implement the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, what else do you want? Mr. Speaker, what else do you want? We don't expect you to be happy because this will keep you in opposition for the next 20 years. And it is the reason you are scared. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Ubwa is roaming in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, the Accelerated Export Development Program, is meant to ensure that even as we are using gold to create the forest that we need, and we are processing gold with refineries, we are also making sure that 24-hour economy deliver the volumes that we need in order to export and generate the resources to fund this economy. Mr. Speaker, 24-hour economy has come to stay. 24-hour economy will develop an authority. And Mr. Speaker, in the wildest dream that NPP ever came back, I will not be surprised that my good friend will be lobbying to become the chief executive of that authority. And yet today he is here pretending that he's against it. He's pretending. Mr. Speaker, I now understand why they wanted to raise quorum. They knew what was coming. Mr. Speaker, when we were talking, I was quiet. You see, if you cannot fight them, you simply join us. We have more seats. Come and join us. It is not about shouting. It's about listening to me and listening to wisdom. That is what I did when I was listening to you. It's the reason I noticed that you didn't read the memorandum. If I hadn't listened to you, I wouldn't have known that you were speaking out of ignorance. So listen to me and learn something meaningful so that we can improve this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage my colleagues that they should be counted. They should rise and support this bill so that we deliver 24-hour economy, we improve their constituents, we give their constituents jobs so that at the end of the day, when they receive calls from their constituents for jobs, they will not be run away because 24-hour economy will assist them deliver those jobs to the people. Mr. Speaker, on these few words, I would like to thank my colleagues, but also to thank His Excellency the President for keeping faith with the people of Ghana, for not living like others who promised and never came to this house. He is here to make sure that the people of Ghana knows what he is talking about and to deliver a program that will develop this country as he has developed, just like we found with the Gold Board. They were against Gold Board and walked out. In the end, Gold Board is saving Ghana. We are hoping that you don't walk out on this one. Please, Please don't walk out on this 24-hour bill like you did to Gold Bond, because this will be a game changer. And we know you like to walk out. So, my honorable colleague, please don't walk out. I can see him wearing his glasses. When we bring this bill, don't walk out, because this will save us. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Omo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank those who are trying to, in attempt to fulfill most of the campaign promises that were not preceded with any research, collected data with any integrity, but just for people to think they said and they are doing it, even though they are dysfunctional to the performance of our republic, making an attempt in a way. But Mr. Speaker, I was thinking it is time we dealt away with some of these policy cliches that have not helped us as a country. The question I always ask is, are we sure that we only just want to be in power or come to power because to some of us, either as individuals or as groups, it is all about enterprising, making money, having power, and flexing up and showing our shoulders and bare chest to the public? I think we need to deal away with this. I use the word you asked me to retract, so I'll use that again. These dysfunctional strategic positions that have been very drift to us. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill, I want to read it again, if you permit me. The object of the bill is to establish the 24-hour economy authority to ensure the integrated sustainable transformation of national systems for economic production, supply chain, marketing, and labor power development, and to provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them, what do they mean by 24-hour economy? Mr. Speaker, it entails business operations, public services, agriculture, running these areas continuously 24/7 across day and night. From what my brothers were coming from and the emphasis we were placing on all these policies was that they wanted us to operate a shift program that will offer jobs to the masses, to Ghanaians, and also build our economy sustainably and attain the long-term economic growth and stability. And if you read all these, when it comes to the public service, security, health, we are already running 24-hour economy. We are running shift. So their emphasis was on the economic development. Building factories, manufacturing factories that will employ thousands of Ghanaians, run 8-hour shift 3 times a day or 3 phases. What have they done so far to attain that goal? Mr. Speaker, this is a strategic drift. It is impossible. It's just a fallacy. It's not going to work anyway. In the first place, they should give us an idea, a picture of a manufacturing framework that they have researched and appraised for us to believe in this policy. We live in this country. I'm not wishing them bad. If it's good, it's for this country. But I am telling you, Mr. Speaker, and the entire Ghanaian community, it is not something they've thought through. I'm not saying it's not a good thing. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy my brothers from the NDC side are talking about, they have no idea about what they want to do. I'm being honest with you. If you go to most of the development, you see manufacturing industries, the ecosystem is so effective and efficient that thousands of young people from that country are working. Is that what they want to tell us? Mr. Speaker, this whole political gimmicks and propaganda to deceive voters, I think we should have a new paradigm shift. We need to redefine our corporate focus as a country and the reasons why we are in politics. We should be getting tired of some of these propaganda, communist inferior tactics, machineries that they are dishing out to the people. Mr. Speaker, then you have to come to another issue that I'm surprised. Once again, they want to do this to help build a very productive economic framework, i.e. dealing with our dwindling fiscal space, our policy framework. One of the reasons is that we are not able to control our expenditures effectively. We are not dealing with the correlation that we need between our expenditures control and our GDP growth. We have a lot of institutions that are already overlapping, that are already duplicated in terms of functions and structures. We already have all of them. Why are they trying to set up another one? Are we not tired of abusing and misusing state resources in the name of politics and creating jobs for the boys? Is it what we want to do for Ghanaians? The young people out there, look at them. Only a few of them even get job to do. Why are we continuing this recycling unfortunate inimical policies that are destroying this country? Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that my brother Adongo and my chairman, he is talking about interest rate inflation and other things. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want us to invite any professor in this world to come. We are tired of this propaganda. What has the NDC done for the past 12 years? 12 months. 12 months, sorry. What have we done? It is in this house, Mr. Speaker, it is in this house that my own brother, Dr. Atuforsin, came and read their own budget. And they stated all the primary macro indicators in this house. GDP was growing 5.6% before you took over. Inflation had been reduced from 54.1 to 22.9 before you took over. Primary balance, reserve, everything. We are running a defensive sector economy. If you don't understand what is called a defensive economic market sector, I'm explaining to you today. The systematic risk index of our market is far less than 1. So there's a lag period. Ghanaians are enjoying what MPP government did. Stop lying to them. Can you calculate any of your contributions as a percentage of our GDP today? Tell us. We are tired of lies and the deception and the propaganda.
That's right.
I am not blaming you, you've not done anything. You are building your first year, you are doing rearrangement, calibration and configuration. We agree. But you haven't done anything.
That's right.
NDC government has not done anything yet.
That's right.
We are here to feel the impact of anything you are going to do. Stop lying to Ghanaians. What have you added to the economy? Tell me. What have you added? Mr. Speaker, by December...
Stephen Amon,
3 minutes.
Withdraw the word stop lying.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I've done that. I've done that. Mr. Speaker, I've withdrawn.
So you are deceiving us.
Mr. Speaker, they talk about exchange rate. What are the primary macro indicators? When it comes to our independent, so what are the independent factors or variables of exchange rate currency performance? One is it deals with supply and demand. By December and January, when they took over, we had gotten over $1 billion in account because we domesticated cocoa syndication. First time in the confidence of investors. Because American government had entered into trade war with the Asian partners. Now you are talking as if we have Bank of Ghana rate, we have Forest Bureau rate, we have black market rate, and you are going about lying and behaving like we are in control of our economy. You are sorry, you are misleading. Mr. Speaker, look at this chamber. Respectfully look at yourself, look at me. Your spectacles are mine, what they are wearing. Everything here, we imported them. Who has control over the exchange rate? You are only enjoying what you took over. You have not done anything yet. I'm not blaming you. Ghanaians should begin to praise us, except that the impact that they felt late. You would have lost the election. Stop doing propaganda. You are talking about 24-hour economy. You see, Mr. Speaker, our brothers, from the NDC are constantly engaged in the use of communist inferior tactics as a political tool. I am telling you today, this whole thing about 24-hour economy is got no substance. It's a sham. It doesn't do us any good. It is propaganda. It's not going to give any results. It is cost 90. It's deceiving the ordinary Ghanaian. It has no future. That's right. Now you're talking about it has come to stay. Stay where? A policy is not a matter of the policy staying. It's about the results. Whether it's going to provide the needed incentives we need as a country, as a sovereignty. That's right. If you have a child that has been 100 years and never offered the society anything and was drug addict, and you are spending on him and it's a liability to the state, is that what you want? I rather prefer a child that will be 40-year-old, but the child can offer our society and our country something that we can say the child is an asset. You don't develop a liability for Ghanaians. The fact of the matter is that they never thought through 24-hour economy. They never conducted any research. They don't have any data backing it. They don't know the future of 24-hour economy. In any case, there was a time that I asked 22 of them. They couldn't even define. All of them were giving different definitions. How could one policy, multi-dimensional definitions, stop deceiving Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, trying to conclude on what I'm saying, I'm asking my brothers from the NDC and the government to go and rethink, because this document, Mr. Speaker, contains nothing. It's like medicine without a potent medicinal element. It's like taking water when you have infection. It's nothing. That's right. So, Mr. Speaker, all that I want to say is that they should withdraw all these things, go back. They don't have to abuse the fact that they have numbers. They don't have to abuse the fact that they can pass anything they want. Posterity will ask them. The next generation will ask them, what did you use your numbers to do? Because you have power. This 24-hour economy, even though it's not a bad policy, they are not prepared. It has nothing good to offer us. There's nothing in it. It is empty. The authority they want to have, it hasn't got even where you should think of authority. That's right. I'm surprised. Why are you jumping the gun? Because you have numbers. What is the ulterior motive behind this? Mr. Speaker, I would like to end here, but I'm advising them, if they take my advice, one day, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, I will give the floor to Honorable Kwame Agbojan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion regarding the 24-hour economy bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I was looking for my very good friend Sticker to congratulate him for the vigorous campaign he mounted in defense of his candidate towards the NPP parliamentary presidential elections. I also want you to take the result you got in good faith. But did I hear you say that we don't even understand what we are doing? Honorable Speaker, it appears your constituent also didn't even know what you were talking about, because your candidate lost in your constituency. So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it appears all the dancing, all the vigorous campaign, your constituents alone didn't even understand what you were talking about. So they voted against your candidate. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleagues, sometimes I agree with them when they say that as political actors, we should be principled. And it's very important so that the country doesn't think that anytime we do things, we don't think deeply about it. But Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, in fact, at the point, recently I heard you arguing that you were supposed to occupy a position. But they didn't give it to you. Hold on. Oh, what is wrong with you? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, oh, I'm coming to the policy. Oh, just sit down. I'm coming to the policy. Yes. Wait, I'm coming to the policy. I'm coming to the policy. Oh, wait.
All of you, resume your seats.
Yes.
Honorable Abuja. Honorable Kwame Abuja, just hold it. All of you, resume your seats. Honorable members, let me indicate that we've all spent more than a year. We need to conduct business within the rules. If you have something to say, catch the eye of the speaker, you will be called to raise your issue. It is disorderly to just get up and be shouting. That is not the way it is done. Honorable Kwame Abuja, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleagues from the other side talk about no need to set up the 24-hour economy authority. The same people who found it necessary, despite the fact that we had Ghana Education Trust Fund, Ministry of Education, and yet set up development authorities to build 6 unique classrooms. When Adaklu Assembly was already building KVIPs, you gave that right to another authority called the Middle Belt Authority. Indeed, that is not what we are doing. Honorable Speaker, you did not actually understand the definition of what 24-hour economy is. And let me give you, Honorable Speaker, sit down. Do you have a copy of the bill? Don't go. I'm asking you, if you have a copy of the bill, let me take you to. Now you run away. Let me take you to. Okay, very good. He's now asking me to tell him what 24-hour economy is. Honorable Speaker, let's take to page 12. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Stephen Namwa, we listen to you in silence. It is true that in your submission, you say they do not know what 24-hour economy is. You ask 4 people, and they give you different definitions. So he is on that point that you have raised. Okay. So let's listen to him.
Honorable Speaker, sit down. When you were speaking, I was here. Don't go there, sit down. On page 12 of the bill itself, it says, under interpretations, 24-hour economy and accelerated development program means a cross-sectorial economic development program that seeks to modernize, reorganize, and restructure the productive sectors of the economy to achieve, amongst other things, and the listed these things. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, he obviously did not read this, so he put those things out. Mr. Speaker, I read the bill and I read the memorandum. It is a very good thing, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I was, at least he said something, that in his view, the policy is not wrong. But in his view, it is good policy, but he thinks that we do not know what we are doing. At least he knows that the policy is good. And this is why I'm coming to tell him one of the good things about the policy. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy policy is not a project where you have a shortcutting, where you have an office set up and then there will be things like the budget you saw about. It's about coordination. Once you see the definition of this, you understand what it means. Mr. Speaker, I also hear him saying that what we promised was to have entities running 24 hours, and he's not sure if any private enterprise is doing that. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy is already in motion. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill, let me read paragraph 5. The object of the bill is to establish a 24-hour economy authority to ensure the integration, sustainable transformation of national system for economic production, supply chain, market and labor power development, and to provide related matters.
Mr. Speaker, for you to have a clear synergy between the supply chain, you need good roads in this country. The whole point of the big push is to serve as a catalyst to address these things. So the 24-hour economy is not yet coming. It is already here being implemented. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this. There are contractors working under the big push who are currently working 24 hours to make sure that we meet these objectives.
Yeah.
I can show you where they are.
Yeah.
And the jobs we are talking about, the last time you were here, you said that the big push only creates menial jobs. When you have civil engineers, quantity surveyors, many people working for the rest of the big push project, you cannot say that the job of a civil engineer is not necessary. So indeed, thousands of jobs are already being created under this. And even after the building, there will be maintenance contract that will be carried on this, Mr. Speaker. So I just want colleagues to understand, since Mr. Honorable Speaker says that he's not against it, this is what you do. And let me tell you, when we were sitting, where you were sitting, we opposed things, but tell me one of the things we opposed that did not come to pass that we were right. We don't oppose just for the sake of opposition, but you are in a haste to oppose for nothing. And that is why you get it wrong. I'm giving you my simple understanding of it. Be very careful what you oppose. The last time I came here, we talked about the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. A few of you jumped on it and said you were not in favor of it. At least the proponent of that opposition came back to rationalize his position to say that he is no longer against it. By the way, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is coming on, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Get ready for it.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy will actually create jobs. It will spur growth in our country. I agree with my colleagues that we should be careful what we are trying to do under this policy. And I agree with them. We shouldn't just rush and do anything. We should take their views also on board. But don't just oppose it and say that we don't know what we are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the smallest bills we've done in this House. But it's quite detailed in terms of the understanding of it. And I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Let's set up this. This is not going to be just another Kwango that is set up to create jobs for the boys. It will be a catalyst that will spur development in our country. And I want to encourage our colleagues to support this bill. And then when it comes to the consideration stage, we bring all the views we have to make it a rich bill that will stand the test of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Give guidance as to how many more we should take. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, I was just trying to negotiate with my colleague on the other side. We were thinking that we can do 3-3 before leadership. Speaker, this is 24 hours.
Including those who have spoken?
No, they have spoken already. I'm talking about outstanding. We have 3 outstanding, they have 3 outstanding, and leadership, respectfully. This is 24-hour economy. It's multi-touted, everybody has...
No, we have the policy debate that will come. The policy was laid and referred,
Speaker,
so it will come forward.
Honorable Abu Jinapo is ready. Samuel Abu Jinapo is ready.
Well, leaders agree on something, and then let me implement. Is that the sense of the House? They say 3 more.
Very
well.
Thank you.
Very well. I will give the floor to the senior man. Honorable Animedu Entry, were you on your feet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, I have gone through the bill and I have sat through and I have read the report. The report of the committee, and Mr. Speaker, the best conclusion I can say about this is much ado about nothing. I don't see the head and tail. When you read the memorandum, Mr. Speaker, it talks about 3 pillars. And the 3 pillars gives an impression that we would have something substantial to live on. But Mr. Speaker, I would say, and I would advise the Attorney General that since he is the government's lawyer, I would advise, as was said by a certain woman in this country, that this, my brother, must be bold and advise that this bill must be withdrawn, be looked into, and if possible, be presented again. Mr. Speaker, I would want to refer you to some portions of this report for us to understand and carry the House along. For instance, page 3, paragraph 2 says, Ghana's current economic structure is characterized by a heavy reliance on imports and a disproportionate expansion of the service sector relative to the productive sectors of agriculture and manufacturing. National GDP data indicate that economic growth has been driven largely by services rather than by direct production. This imbalance is unsustainable, as productive and service sectors must grow in tandem to support a resilient economy. Words are used here, but Mr. Speaker, if you look through the report, I don't see the marriage between the services that Ghana offers and what this bill seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, it goes on. The program seeks to reverse this trend by reducing the country's dependence on the export of low-value raw materials and on the importation of expensive finished and intermediate goods. Its objective is to strengthen domestic value addition, enhance competitiveness, and accelerate export development in order to make the national economy more resilient. Mr. Speaker, I would have that this is something that would have been left to Agribusiness Ministry. I don't see anything new that this policy, this 24-hour economy is bringing. Mr. Speaker, there have been various definitions. Even this afternoon, senior members of this House are attempting to define a 24-hour economy. We haven't understood the 24-hour economy up to date. And Mr. Speaker, if you go through, I'll go further to the object of the bill. It says, quote, the object of the bill is to establish the 24-hour authority to ensure the integrated, sustainable transformation of national systems for economic production, supply chain, marketing, and labor power development, and to provide for related matters. Again, words are used. In this country, Mr. Speaker, we had planting for food and jobs, and we had planting for exports. I do not think that the innovative idea that is coming, that has been brought in this House, is different from what the former government, that is the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government, did so far as this planting for jobs and exports are concerned. Mr. Speaker, I don't see the marriage between the three steps that this bill is proposing. And Mr. Speaker, I honestly would want to advise. Again, I had thought that it was supposed to be a government program. But Mr. Speaker, they go like the way the Akufo-Addo-led government did about one district, one factory. When we spoke about one district, one factory, Mr. Speaker, the idea was that this was supposed to be the private initiative. Again, they turn around to talk about the fact, and this is reported in this report, that it must be private. And Mr. Speaker, if I may point out at page 8, the last paragraph to the next page says, in addition to commercial financing, the program is expected to attract funding from private and institutional sources, including developmental banks, pension funds, multilateral development partners, and private foundations, rather than relying on direct allocations from the national budget. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that I didn't see much in the budget. So if the government is planning to use the private sector to support this initiative, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that we are heading nowhere than failing the country. Mr. Speaker, I would advise seriously that I don't see the linkage, apart from the fact that we have established a structure that is going to be a chief executive, there's going to be the accounting department, there's going to be deputy executive and other things. Mr. Speaker, I do not, apart from the structure which is normal, I do not see anything that is being proposed in this bill. And that is why I would pray the Attorney General that he should be bold, think about this, advise the government, and withdraw this bill, and if possible, rework on it and resubmit to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Alamzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this report is very innovative, and I am sure Ghanaians will be very, very happy with this report. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy refers to an economic system where it takes around the clock into consideration, where we have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues from the other side, this was a political promise, and Ghanaians bought into it very well. The concept emerged as a response to the growing demand and to move away from the traditional working hours. Mr. Speaker, in today's world, this reflects the shift of societal patterns. Mr. Speaker, today, the consumer behavior that we have is not like before. Mr. Speaker, the consumer has become so demanding that the normal or the traditional hours cannot contain us. Mr. Speaker, 24-hour economy encompasses the various industries, which includes, Mr. Speaker, the retailing industry, the hospitality industry, the healthcare industry, the transportation industry, the entertainment industry, the agriculture, and so many more. Mr. Speaker, this is driven by globalization. This is talking about technological advancement and the need for convenience for our people. So I wonder why my colleagues from the other side, they are having a problem with it. It's all about convenience for our people. Mr. Speaker, the driving force is not NDC. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind them, the driving force is not NDC. The drivers of the 24-hour economy today is the rise of online shopping, the flexibility working hours that people demand or the workers demand from us. Mr. Speaker, with 24-hour economy, people can now work, shop, access service, any time of the day and even in the night. Mr. Speaker, if you don't want this, what do you want? Mr. Speaker, the bill, that is the 24-hour economy, will bring about, let me first of all state them so that if there is time, I will elaborate on them. It will bring about improved access to health service. It will bring about increased employment opportunities for our people. Today, let's take the recruitment into consideration. Look at how many people are applying and how many people we are going to employ. 24-hour economy is going to make sure that we employ most of our people so that they can also be gainfully employed and benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, it will also enhance the economic growth. You left an economy that was on its knees for us. But I'm sure with 24-hour economy, definitely it is bouncing back, and definitely with 24-hour economy on the table, it will definitely stand. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't conclude without trying to tell my brothers from the other side that greater convenience for our people should be our concern. Today, the world has moved from the traditional pattern. If you want to buy a product in the night, you should be able to get it. If you want to access service in the night, you should be able to get it. That is why the 24-hour economy, it is not only important to myself, it is not only important to NDC, it is not only important to MPP, but it is important to all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the support shifts. Mr. Speaker, it will enhance emergency response. Mr. Speaker, today, most of our people, we lost most of our people because of emergency response. You call the ambulance, they tell you that they are off. You get to the hospital and the doctor, the only doctor there will not be there because it's in the night. Mr. Speaker, but with 24-hour economy, there will be a doctor there in the morning, there will be a doctor in the hospital in the afternoon, and even in the midnight, there will be a doctor. Mr. Speaker, because of time constraint, I have a lot in my mind to say, but because of time, I will urge everybody. Mr. Speaker, I will urge everybody to put aside our political lens and accept the 24-hour economy policy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yes, I'll give the floor to Honorable Abu-Jinapor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this, relating to this report. Mr. Speaker, we from this side of the House, it's important that we make the point that we believe that a 24-hour economy is possible. Mr. Speaker, it is possible indeed. Mr. Speaker, if you go to China today, many segments or aspects of their national economy runs on a 24-hour economy basis. Mr. Speaker, those who are familiar with the printing industry of China, when elections are being held in several countries, that sector functions on a 24-hour basis. Mr. Speaker, even here in Ghana, during Christmas season, caterers and those who operate within the hospitality industry, Mr. Speaker, they, in many cases during Christmas, run on a 24-hour basis. They hire caterers for 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, so we don't suggest by any stretch of imagination that a 24-hour economy cannot be built. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also important that we are honest in the public life of our country. We are honest in politics. We are honest in governance, particularly when we are dealing with one of the most important and disturbing issues confronting our country, unemployment. And even more importantly, when we are dealing with unemployment as it relates to the Ghanaian youth. Today, everywhere in Ghana, the biggest issue is unemployment. Young men have finished school, they cannot find jobs. So it's a big issue, it's a major issue. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, let us confront and discuss this matter dispassionately and with candor. Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to page 6 of the report, paragraph 7.1, titled Accelerated Export Program. Mr. Speaker, when you read the whole paragraph, the point that is being made is that this authority is being set up to promote exports, to ensure that our economy promotes exports so we can generate jobs, we can have a 24-hour economy which will create jobs for the people on account of export promotion. Mr. Speaker, in this country, Ghana, we have a whole institution, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. We have an existing authority whose sole mandate and responsibility is to promote exports. And the question that I believe the Ghanaian people will ask, particularly the youth of our country will ask, is that why create another authority for export promotion when you have a whole authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, dedicated to promoting exports? Just because we have the Free Zones Board, we have the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, which is responsible for promoting investment, and that will create jobs. Just because, so the first point I'd like to make is that this authority, this proposed authority, complete duplication. Just because it is becoming clear that our friends want to buy time and want to continue to give the youth of our country some false hope that some 24-hour economy is about to be birthed, which will then generate jobs for the youth of our country. Mr. Speaker, I began by saying candor and honesty in politics and governance is absolutely important. You don't need another authority to promote export and thereby create a 24-hour economy and deal with the unemployment situation in our country. We have the Ghana Export Promotion Authority already. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House again to page 7 of the report. And at page 7, Mr. Speaker, at page 7, when you look at the part that talks about the second pillar, and with your permission I quote, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the report says, the second pillar centers on the development of supply chain and market systems with emphasis on the provision of reliable energy security. Mr. Speaker, the report is telling this House and telling the country that the 24-hour authority is to be established to provide reliable energy security in order for us to have a 24-hour economy and create jobs for the youth of our country. Mr. Speaker, there is a whole ministry, the Ministry of Energy, whose whole mandate is to ensure reliable energy security. So, Mr. Speaker, the question again that the Ghanaian people will ask, that the unemployed youth will ask, do you need an authority in order to be able to establish a reliable energy security, to build a 24-hour economy, and to generate jobs for the unemployed youth of our country? Mr. Speaker, the clear answer is no, because there's Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, let us also, as I say, be fair to the facts. And Mr. Speaker, this is serious business being conducted in this House. The fundamental question is, what did President Mahama and the NDC promise the Ghanaian people and the unemployed youth of our country? And with that, Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to the NDC manifesto, their own manifesto, specifically page 22 of the NDC manifesto. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote, "This is what they promised the country. This is what they promised the unemployed youth of our country. This is what, indeed, Mr. Speaker, they campaign on, Mr. Speaker, and indeed, they put out multiple adverts on this promise. And Mr. Speaker, the whole campaign of the NDC in the 2024 election was anchored on this promise. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, this is what they told the Ghanaian youth. The 24-hour economy is a deliberate policy intervention by the incoming NDC administration to stimulate economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and public institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each." Mr. Speaker, emphasis. Mr. Speaker, emphasis. In 3 shifts of 8 hours. In 3 shifts of 8 hours. Mr. Speaker, they go further to indicate that DVLA will operate 24 hours. Customs will operate 24 hours. Ports and harbors will operate 24 hours. Passport office will operate 24 hours. And so if DVLA was operating 24 hours today, it will mean that the unemployed Ghanaian youth can work in 3 shifts at DVLA, 8-hour shift. They can do that today, Mr. Speaker. With the greatest of respect, I want to submit that you do not need an authority to fulfill your promise of ensuring that DVLA, customs, ports and harbors, passport office, and all these public institutions which were listed in their own manifesto operate 24 hours of 3 shifts of 8 hourly. You could have done that within 100 days of assuming office, because they exist. Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying? What is even more worrying, Mr. Speaker, is that the NDC government have spent a whole year in putting together a policy document, and this is their flagship program. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, President Akufo-Addo's flagship program was Free SHS. By September 2017, Free SHS had been launched, it was in full gear, and indeed, Free SHS was operational from September 2017. And that's true. Mr. Speaker, how did they implement their flagship program? Mr. Speaker, they appointed a coordinator, a national coordinator for the 24-hour economy. The Honorable Guzitano. Mr. Speaker, and I see he's here. But Mr. Speaker, let me admit that I admire him a lot. That one I have to put on record. The Honorable Guzitano, Mr. Speaker, the coordinator came to tell us that they need $400 million United States dollars to operate the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, their flagship program, they dedicated 7% of the $400 million. They've even not been able to fulfill the 7% that they committed, the 7% of the $400 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by indicating that it's taking them 1 whole year to put together a policy document. Mr. Speaker, and indeed, when they themselves committed 7% of the $400 million required to operationalize a 24-hour economy, even the 7%, they've not fulfilled it. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that the 2 biggest issues confronting our country, the biggest issue in my constituency of Dam is unemployment to implement your flag year down the road. Tired of institutions and tired of bureaucracy where we'll have another CEO, 3 deputy CEOs for the many or to cater to see administration. Unemployed Ghanaian youth is the office of the Speaker. Do 1 shift and you yourself youth is the office of the Speaker. Do 1 shift and you yourself is the office of the Speaker. Do 1 shift and you yourself and that is not 8-hourly shift. You don't do 8-hourly shift, Mr. Speaker. This is another gimmick. And that is not 8-hourly shift. You don't do 8-hourly shift, Mr. Speaker. This is another gimmickry. This is another deception. This is just to buy time. This is just to give false hope to the unemployed youth. You promise them employment, you promise them 24-hour economy, you promise them 133, 11 miles down the road, you have failed to deliver. Ghanaians are tired of talk. They want action. Implement it and implement it now. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Zuera, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we consider the report of the 24-hour Economy Authority, Mr. Speaker, side, not how we were all in this town. In fact, Mr. Speaker, bill never came up to provide good fashion development to inclusive growth. Today, this to the product in his beauty size of product in his beauty size of developed products, export of products, export of finished products, 12 finished products, 24 hours, the number of women development, 24 hours, the number of women development in value. He's not aware development in value. He's not aware that the Minister of Transport, every district in this country, including my own good Salaga South, and those officers, my own good Salaga South, and those officers are going to employ the youth and the Ghanaians who are looking for jobs. And if at the end of the day we employ them and they require 24-hour shift service, 8-hour shift service, that is exactly what we will provide. We never will run away from that campaign promise. Mr. Speaker, today, I'm having to work in my municipal hospital, and I'm asking for quarry dust from the Upper East region. And I'm told that the dust has to travel throughout the night, because when they travel during the day, because of the heat, the weather, it affects the tires. That is what 24 hours means. Yeah. That enough security will be provided so that our trucks, goods and services can be conveyed 24 hours across the country. We were told that so that goods, and we bring all the yam around the clock in this house, and tries to suggest that one, we should not have an authority, because some other authorities already had service to affect the local people in this country. This is a policy that is drilling down to the people of this country. Every district, 24, I know about that. But I know, as we speak, and I've seen the prototype of the 24-hour market, how provide service to the good people of this country around the clock. And that is what sensitive leaders do. Leaders who think about the people. Yes. President Mahama had the option yesterday to arrive in Zambia in a Louis Vuitton suit. He can afford it. He wore the fugu from Daboya. He wore the fugu from Daboya. And I know when he's coming back, he's going to wear a fugu from Tamale. We thank His Excellency President Mahama for showing the way. Yes. By the grace of God, we will all continue to wear our Ghanaian made, because we will be producing it here. We will consume what we produce. And so our factories will work 24 hours. Yes. Our security services will work 24 hours. Our hospitals will work 24 hours. And our markets will work. We salute all our market women in this country. They should look forward to the 24-hour economy market. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jerry and Honorable Member, we agreed on 3-3.
Yes, we have done.
And then for the 3-3, Honorable Anyimedu. Honorable Jinapo.
Yes.
And then leadership. Now, your list does not include Honorable Anyimedu. But being the senior, he had the floor.
Yes.
So
Speaker,
it means that I must move to leadership.
Speaker,
that's why I'm asking whether the front will take it or you yield to somebody behind
Speaker,
you.
Respectfully, that was your discretion. We had agreed here that it was going to be Kabiru, then Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
We only agreed on the number.
Yes, and it was supposed to be 3-3 and 1 at leadership.
The list that you gave me has Jinapo, Kabiru, and leadership.
Speaker,
but in practice, when the most senior is on his feet, my hands are tied.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah is the ranking on the economy. Dr. Kabiru, when he was making the list, as you see, you could see that our senior colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, was not included. But we agreed that it was supposed to be 3-3 and leadership. And like your own wisdom concluded, he's senior on his feet. So what I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker,
but that doesn't change the number.
Who is the
Honorable, I just asked a simple question. On this note, would the leadership yield to Dr. Kabiru?
No, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Kabiru will speak. And
leadership of the minority, you have the floor. Leadership of the minority, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this report that has been laid before the House. I first want to lay a proviso before I discuss about 4 issues that was brought, came to the 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, at the time this bill was brought to this House, the policy document was not before this House. In fact, it was yesterday, on the 4th of January 2026, that the policy document itself was brought. On the 4th of February, I beg you, considered this bill without the benefit of the policy document. And this is what we discussed earlier, that you are building the first floor before the foundation. Mr. Speaker, today we will cooperate and work with our colleagues, and we mentioned to them that we are not opposed to this bill. But we would like to implore them that going forward, the remaining policy documents must come to this House before the bills come, so that the consideration is done in tandem. Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the 4 substantive issues that we want to raise on this side of the House. First is the fact that we are of the view, respectfully, that a 24-hour economy authority is totally unnecessary for the purposes of delivering a 20 of the biggest cities that operate 24-hour economies: New York, Tokyo, London, Bangkok, Dubai, Berlin. None of them started off with a 24-hour economy authority. In fact, it's only London that has a commission years after the fact to attempt to support the functioning of a 24-hour economy. What this bill does, contrary to what it advertises to the youth in this country, that the government promised a 24-hour economy and they've brought the law for the 24-hour economy. What this bill actually does is that it sets up a bureaucracy, an authority with a chief executive, an internal auditor, hundreds of staff, board. They're going to ask for a budget and spend. But with the greatest of respect, this authority does not deliver a 24-hour economy in any way. And so, Mr. Speaker, if anybody is under the illusion that what the government has done is to bring a bill that will give life to the 24-hour economy, we would like to serve notice, and notice is hereby served. This bill does not deliver a 24-hour economy. It only sets up an authority, a new bureaucracy, which will not deliver a 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, if it is about the accelerated export development, that has been mentioned by my colleagues, there's already GEPA, fully funded, working, opening trade houses in other parts of the world. This is not the body that will accelerate export development. I want to say it's just going to create jobs for the boys, for those who have not been appointed in government so far. We will say that. But this is just a duplication. If it's about export, accelerated export development, it's just a duplication. It is neither going to create a 24-hour economy nor accelerate exports. Now, Mr. Speaker, some of the earlier colleagues on the other side claimed that they were shocked that we were suggesting we haven't seen what they promised reflected in this bill. And we are shocked that they are shocked. Because, Mr. Speaker, when they advertised the 24-hour economy, they had a very clear, unambiguous definition for the millions of Ghanaian youth to hear. They said they were going to introduce a system that will allow people to work around the clock, 1-3-3. We remember the launch of your manifesto when His Excellency the President, then candidate, had the clock behind him. 1-3-3. 1 job, 3 staff, 3 shifts. Mr. Speaker, we have read this bill from clause 1 to clause 28. There is no mention whatsoever from clause 1 to 28. There is no mention of an around-the-clock working cycle. There is no mention of it here. If there's any Ghanaian youth out there who labors under the apprehension that what the government has brought is about 24-hour three or one bill. So again, the claim that this bill is going to enable people work around the clock, increase productivity and create more jobs, this bill does not respond to that. It's a fallacy. Mr. Speaker, now let me go to the issue of agencies. In their manifesto, they actually listed agencies that they were going to have work for 24 hours, DVLA, customs, etc., as has been mentioned. None of these agencies is mentioned in this. Not one. Not one. AG. Not one of these agencies is mentioned in this. But if indeed this bill is to compel government agencies to work around the clock, you should be listing them here. None of it is here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you read the functions of the authority that they have listed, please permit me to read the functions. Section 3. Promote the optimization of volume, variety, and quality of products produced in the country for domestic consumption and export. Is that 24-hour economy? Promote the development of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprise sector. Is that 24-hour economy? Promote the role of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprise. MBSSI was doing that. Is that 24-hour economy? The closest you will find is in subclause K, and it says, propose the incentive regime applicable to companies operating in the 24-hour economy value chain, including fiscal and monetary incentives. What is the Finance Ministry doing? What is the Trade Ministry doing? So, Mr. Speaker, this authority they want to create, with the greatest of respect, is totally unnecessary if the purpose is to enable the economy function for 24 hours and allow people to work around the clock. The 133 they spoke about is nowhere here. The agencies they've mentioned politically on platforms is nowhere here in this bill. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for roads said thousands of jobs have already been created under the 24-hour economy. He said that a few minutes here ago. But out of respect for the rules, we did not want to rise up and challenge him. We would have been pleased if he had given us examples of those thousands of jobs that have been created under the 24-hour economy already. This is a house of records. How can you say that today there are thousands of jobs that have already been created under the 24-hour economy? Then why are your youth complaining that no jobs have been created? Thousands of jobs have already been created. Mr. Speaker, that's a palpable untruth. He went ahead to say that there are already contractors that are working 24 hours in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I would have been happy if he had named one. We would have gone there at 2 a.m. with our cameras to find out if he's really working 24 hours around the clock. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Mr. Speaker, the real reason for which they are promulgating this authority, 2025 till February 2026, the 24-hour economy has become a hoax. And they know very well that it is not going to bear fruit. So what they are doing is creating an impression in the minds of Ghanaian youth that we are now creating an authority. The authority is working. They are now starting. It is coming. It is not coming anywhere. What they have put in this document will not create a 24-hour economy. My last 2 points, Mr. Speaker. I was shocked that after all the criticism of the 1D, 1F policy, that policy was not coherent because it was relying on the private sector. I was shocked to read in paragraph 4, page 2 of the memo to this bill. Mr. Speaker, line 8 says, furthermore, the program is delivered by the direct entrepreneurial efforts of organized private citizens acting through their as well as community-based organizations, acting through their collectives, cooperatives, companies, and other industry associations, as well as community-based organizations. Public sector is what will deliver 24-hour economy. Forget, they are waiting for the private sector. Claim was that they were going to ensure that you say you are waiting for the private sector. This is disappointing news to the millions of youth who believed the promises that you made. Mr. Speaker, now we come to the conclusion that if this is what it is all about, then the 1B, 1F program was a whole lot better than this 24-hour economy bill which they have brought before us. Mr. Speaker, the NDPC of the Republic of Ghana, not me, has reported that at least 150 functioning factories were left at the end of 2024. Not me, the NDPC reports it. It's in the annual progress report of the NDPC. You may want to quarrel with them, not me. They didn't require an authority to do this. The same ministries that were functioning were the ones providing the incentives. If all that we are going to do is to create this bureaucracy, pay all these monies, and now wait for the private sector to come, then, Mr. Speaker, we are doing ourselves a big disservice. It is their policy. They have decided this is how they want to implement it. We will not be opposed to it. We will help them to fine-tune the bill. But, Mr. Speaker, we caution them in good faith that if this is what they hope will deliver a 24-hour economy, this will not. They still have time to reconsider and come up with something that can deliver. The last time we had a conversation, and I'll conclude here, we drew their attention to a bill they were passing, the Gold Board Bill, that if they mixed some of the provisions in it, regulator and operator, they will be in trouble. Mr. Speaker, in we say Fofia and Twata, we've seen the trouble that has. They will refuse to listen. Only for us a few months down the line to find ourselves in a place where we've passed the bill, we've created authority, people have been paid, they've bought cars, and no 24-hour economy has been created. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, we will support their report and we will help them to pass their bill, but we pray that they help to fine-tune it so that it delivers what they promised. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, majority leadership. Majority Leader, you have the floor.
We'll apply for you too. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been said about the policy to create a 24-hour economy in our country. Mr. Speaker, we can at least agree on a number of things. The first is that our economy needs major transformation. That, I think, really among our youth, that I think there's also some consensus. And that we must do something radical to give hope and the hope that has been created. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and the authority that is being established to implement it is not the vehicle that will create a 24-hour economy. It is a coordinating secretariat that will coordinate the activities of all the other sectors who, when they function and function properly, would deliver a very productive sector and will deliver employment. That is the whole idea. That is why it says that the whole development transformation, production systems development transformation. Let's take just this one pillar and try to understand what it means when you say production systems development transformation. Let's take the agricultural sector. The NPP introduced some agricultural policies. What happened? We did not see transient farmers, smallholder farmers, without irrigation, without the requisite machinery, without effectively establishing the link between input financing and then also off-taker markets. Now, we looked at it and we decided that you need to transform the entire production system. So, for instance, in the agricultural sector, what has succeeded in most economies in this day is large-scale commercial agriculture. Large-scale commercial agriculture is a well-organized business requiring huge capital investments, huge machinery, highly qualified skilled labor, a lot of technology. So the production system, transforming the production system, a few input supplies and etc., without attempting to transform the entire production system, uprooting the old system. That is why a production system development transformation is crucial. And this applies to many other sectors. So the secretariat, the authority, what you call the authority, is simply a secretariat, which is in existence already in the office of the president. There is a secretariat. But the reason why we want to invest with the authority status is because this is a secretariat that is going to superintend and work with ministers and sector ministries. And so you cannot have a simple secretary of a secretariat trying to, superintend over ministers. That's why it is being invested with the authority of an authority. That is the whole idea. So the secretariat exists already. NDC did not wait till today. The institution exists. We are changing its legal character in order to give it the relevant powers that will be needed for it to be able to achieve its objectives. And the policy document is not just coming to Parliament. The policy document was inaugurated on the 2nd of July 2024. The policy document was inaugurated on the 2nd of July 2025. Mr. Speaker, a policy document must not necessarily come to Parliament. No. Where in this country, in the governance history of this country, has it become compulsory that when a minister develops his policy document, he should bring it to Parliament? But you requested for it, and that is why I took the pains to bring a copy to be laid and then to make copies available to you. But it is out there. You have been copiously making reference to NDPC reports. You've been copiously making references. A lot of the reports that they have been writing are not documents of this Parliament. They are lying there. We all go and buy the documents and we read them. They are in libraries. So when the president goes to inaugurate the policy underpinning the 24-hour economy. As a diligent member of parliament, the first thing you do is to make sure that you take steps to get your own copy so that you are well informed. So I'm not surprised that I've heard some of the arguments that are being made today. But it's clear that some people did not make time to read the policy document. And that is why I took pains to bring copies and make the copies available to you. Now we will have to focus on the development of supply chain, not necessary. Indeed, it appears to me that you are even arguing against a position that your own regime advocated. I recall in this House several State of the Nation addresses, during which President Akufo-Addo decried what he called the Gettysburg economy, referring to the economy created by Governor Gordon Gettysburg, I think somewhere in 1920, when he was governor, where our economy is fundamentally just an export. So he made it one of his major objectives to pursue a program of industrialization. That has been the basis of the one district, one factory policy. So there was an attempt, except that because the attempt did not pay attention to systems, because we hadn't constructed factories to process, there was no watermelon. Because we hadn't paid attention to the production system transformation. So watermelon was not produced, tomatoes were not produced, so we have all sorts of factories dotted in all the bushes that are not producing anything, because we did not pay attention to the transformation of the production systems and the value chain system. That is what systems, that is production system development transformation, development of supply chain and market systems, and the development of labor. These, when put together, will enable an economy that will operate 24 hours. It will be naive to imagine that on the hills that this economy will become a 24-hour operating economy. It will be naive to have that imagination, that the economy that was overburdened with debt, to the extent that the entire international financial system had written us off, the economy that was burdened with inflation at the rate that you left it, the economy that was burdened with exchange rate at the rate that you left it, the economy that was burdened with interest rate at the rate that you left it, where the private sector could not have access to, will within a year transform that economy into an economy that is working 24 hours. 11 months, we have demonstrated capacity. We have brought inflation down to 0 digits. We have reduced interest rates. We have reduced the debt. The debt to GDP has reduced drastically. And Ghana has been given excellent ratings by all the international rating institutions. So this economy is ready to be transformed into a 24-hour economy. And that is why we are now out, so that we will have the second reading, adopt the report, let's go through the consideration stages, and where there are changes to be made, we will make the changes, and we will establish the 24-hour economy. We will take on board all your cautions. And let me indicate that we still stand by the fact that the gold board, and I'll not sit down without addressing this, which you raised. We do not see any problem with the gold board. Fitting response. Yes, it is said that $214, million, is its audit system. The system will audit itself and then present a report. We will see what has happened. Assuming I did the analysis and the mathematics, I didn't use Fufusu primary school mathematics. I used Ofansa Irebi primary school mathematics. And I established beyond reasonable doubt that by the implementation of the gold board policy, we had benefited by raking in 3.8 billion United States dollars. $3.8 billion United States dollars. The volume of gold that small-scale miners gave to the government of Ghana increased in value. Scale miners sold, have lost 214. So, Mr. Speaker, we that in establishing the 24-hour economy authority, we are equally well guided. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I urge colleagues to vote in favor of the motion that we take this through the second reading, adopt the report, and proceed to the consideration stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Adopted.
An act to establish the 24-hour economy authority to implement the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the 24-hour economy authority bill 2025 is duly read for the second time. Yes. Majority Leader, any indication? Are we moving to motion number 20?
Mr. Speaker, motion number 20. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We can take
a motion number.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1691 of the Standing Orders, which requires that when a bill has been read a second time, the bill shall pass through a consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed. The consideration stage of the 24-hour Economy Authority Bill 2020.
Motion ably move. Any seconder?
Yeah. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
All members, motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration. Say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Now, the 24-hour Economy Authority Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Establishment of the 24-hour Economy Authority.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no proposed amendments.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 1. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, we're hoping that we would have copies so that we could peruse and support, or otherwise. We don't have copies. No, I've checked my pigeon. It's not there. We don't have copies. Please, let's have copies.
Okay. So, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, I will suspend for just 5 minutes to enable copies to be distributed to members.
He's given a copy.
So,
No.
Speaker. Sitting suspended for 5 minutes.
I am rooted in more than walls and shelves. Like the smallest leaf and the tallest tree, I breathe with the earth. I draw inspiration from plants that cleanse the air, enrich the soul, and keep life in balance. Their harmony with nature is my blueprint. As cities grow and technology surges, the world asks, can progress and sustainability truly coexist? I am the answer to that question. I am the Parliamentary Green Library, built not only to store knowledge, but to embody responsibility. My walls are formed from eco-friendly materials. My heart runs on energy efficiency. My spirit lives by a paper-light philosophy. Inside me, tradition and innovation meet books, sharing space with screens, sunlight guiding the way, water reserved at every turn. I am more than a place to read. I am a promise harming the earth. Step into my halls. Together, we can...
Inside Parliament, important decisions are made every day. On Committee Spotlight, policies, priorities and challenges are explored. Committee Spotlight, coming soon on GH Parliament TV.
In a world where dialogue matters more than ever, a quiet force works behind the scene to build connection, trust, and understanding. The Parliamentary Friendship Association, where diplomacy begins with dialogue, the Parliament of Ghana proudly presents Bridget.
Clause 1 is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to Clause 1, output of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no proposed amendments to Clause 2.
There's no proposed amendment to Clause 2. It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 2? The object of the authority. Honourable members, in the those against say no.
Functions of the authority.
After shall, insert in collaboration with relevant agencies. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, what will be the new rendition?
To achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question on the proposed amendment. Yes, Honorable Jerry Shaib Ahmed.
Speaker, just to bring to your attention that if you look at 3D, there is the increased collaboration among producers. Does it not still talk about some sort of collaboration?
Well, his amendment under Section 2, the authority shall, in collaboration with relevant agencies. I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes. Chairman of the committee, you will move the amendment to Clause 3 in
paragraph E, line 2, delete, in partnership with cooperative and corporate sectors. Mr. Speaker, work.
Clause 3, put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I'll put a question on the entire clause 3.
3G, which reads that the authority shall revive the national culture of community and serve. Yeah, I mean, all of that. Revive the national culture of community, self-organization, and mobilization. Mr. Speaker, it looks to me, if we are looking at the functions of an authority, I believe that the functions must be measurable. And looking at this particular provision, how is the authority going to revive national culture of community, self-organization, and mobilization? So, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that this is taken out so that the new rendition will take away the subclause G.
So, your proposal is to delete G?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then do so that I can put a question.
So, I propose that clause 3G is removed, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I will urge my good friend to abandon his amendment. Indeed, if he's a student of ordinary level, he would note that in the early 80s, there was this program called the National Mobilization Program. This was a program that galvanized everybody in this nation. It was about nation building, it was about self-help, and it was about, everything about it was about the nation. That is that revival we are talking about. And so please, 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 let's get back to history and get to know who we as a Ghanaian, who we were before today. And that is that culture we want to inculcate in the people. We want to revive that culture of self. This clause ought to stay. Mr. Speaker.
So to read it properly together, it will be to achieve the object under section 2. The authority shall, in collaboration with relevant agencies, revive the national culture of community self-organization and mobilization. That is what the full rendition will mean. Yes, if you insist, I'll put
a colleague on the other side actually, gives me more reason why this should be removed.
So,
that
honorable members,
our economy authority.
I am putting the question.
Supposed to revive a 1980 policy. What are you talking about?
Honorable members, I'll be putting the question. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I disagree with the proposal to have 3G deleted. I see your difficulty. It's about the revival. Community self-organization and mobilization is not dead. So instead of revival, we could say facilitate, because communities to engage in self-help projects, in communal labor, in self-mobilization to undertake even constructional projects. So the essence of what we are doing here is to say that this authority will facilitate, revive, and insert facilitate. So it will read, to achieve the object under this section, the authority shall, in collaboration with relevant agencies, facilitate the national culture of community self-organization and mobilization. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposal of John Dako is to delete G in its entirety. If this provision is allowed to stay, then there can be a further amendment to it. Unless Honorable John Dako wants to abandon.
Please, let's put it to a vote so that posterity will see what they did to this bill.
Honorable members, I'll put a question on the amendment proposed by John Dako. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious. The proposed amendment of John Dako has been defeated. Now, bill. Yes.
Speaker, my humble proposal is to delete the word revive, beginning G, and insert facilitate. Speaker, revivers is suggesting that the community mobilization spirit is dead. It is not. It is not. So my proposal is that it will facilitate. The facilitation means any community that will be willing to engage in mobilization, community engagement.
Revive and substitute it with facilitate.
Mr. Speaker, that's not fatal.
Very well. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the Chief Whip to delete revive in clause G of clause 10 will read to achieve the object relevant agencies facility and mobilization. It's ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on the entire clause 3. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that we delete in B, 3B, sector. So we delete sector from the current rendition, so that the new rendition.
Current rendition in.
Promote the development
in
of the.
Which clause?
3B. To achieve the stakeholders, promote the development of the micro, small, and medium-scale enterprise sector. And I'm proposing that we delete sector and then add S to the enterprises, so that the new rendition will be to promote the development of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. Mr. Speaker,
in drafting singular means plural,
so that's okay. So just to delete and leave it at enterprise.
So, honourable members, the proposal is to delete sector from clause 3B. That's at the end of the clause, sector be deleted. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it's not fatal.
Very well. I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by Kabiru. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by Honorable Dr. Kabiru is ordered to stand part of the bill.
The deletion of increased collaboration among producers in the country and providers of, and replace him with promote, so that the new rendition will read, to achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall promote affordable finance, technology, data increases, and management services. This is because of the preamble that has already been created with the amendment that was proposed by the chairman of the committee.
Yes, chairman of the committee.
Speaker, may I want him to repeat what he said? I didn't hear that.
What is the word promote? In B, you use the word promotes. In C, you use the word promote. In F, you use the word promote. In K, you use the word promote. So he is also seeking to delete increase and substitute promote.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's already collaboration amongst producers in the country. This clause seeks to say that we want to up that collaboration, hence the word increase. It's not a substitute for promote.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I get the spirit of the proposal by the chairman of the committee, and I get the sense that he's trying to convey. But if you use the word increase in collaboration, and even if you want, you could say enhance, because you admit that collaboration is already ongoing, but you want to intensify that collaboration. You want to, strengthen that collaboration. And I think that those words could come out than the word increase. To use the word increase in that context is going to be a bit problematic
in terms of even trying to evaluate what you want to do in the context of what the authority or the bill seeks to do. The word increase collaboration in this context and use a better substitute. Promote is a good word, enhance is another word, but increase is certainly problematic, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm amenable to using the word enhance.
Very well. Come out with a new rendition. I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, so the new rendition will read, to achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, what was the word? enhance collaboration among producers in the country and providers of affordable finance, technology, data services, and management resources. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
I'll put a question. Yeah.
Out of the chairman's pronouncement, I think the promote is a better substitution to increase than enhance. Enhance means an existing situation that you want to make sure you keep. It might not be increased. But
I really do not see the difference between enhance and increase.
Yeah, but enhance cannot be the good.
So I agree with you.
Yes.
The appropriate terminology is to promote.
Yes.
Promotion should have been the right, Chairman of the committee, promotion should have been the right word. Well, I'm not to take part in the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm amenable to using the word promote.
Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I think the answer, anyway, so the new rendition would then be to achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, promote collaboration among producers in the country and providers of affordable finance, technology, data service, and management resources. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the proposal is to delete increase and substitute promote. Yes.
Speaker, promotion is not conveying the sense of this clause. We speak of two levels of collaboration here. In the preamble, it is interagency collaboration. Then, in the subclause, we speak of the stakeholder collaboration, which is already in existence. So it's not about promotion. We want to broaden it. That's the sense. You see, it's to broaden the stakeholder collaboration. So instead of promote, we can actually use broaden.
You see, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you know the consistency rules in drafting. If you toe your line and your argument should hold, then we'll have problem with the use of the word promote in A. We'll have problem with the use of the word promote in B. We'll have problem with the use of the word promote in C. We have problem with the use of the word promote in K.
Introduce collaboration in the preamble and in clause D because we speak of the two layers. And this was the explanation that the promoters gave. The first layer is interagency collaboration. But the essence is to broaden it, is to increase it. But he has a problem with the use of the word increase. But I recall that the essence was to broaden the collaboration at that level. So if you have a problem with increase and the chairman is amenable, it has to be broadened. Speaker, because we haven't introduced in A, B, and C, we haven't introduced collaboration anywhere. So promotion conveys the sense of the house. But in D, to introduce increase, it's a problem. But to broaden the collaboration is what I gather from the discussion that they intended.
You see, Honorable Chief Whip, to achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall, in collaboration with relevant agencies, that is the first collaboration, relevant agencies, and in doing that particular collaboration, you promote the collaboration among the producers. So the first and the second layer, in terms of collaboration, is very clear. Because the promotion that you are going to do among the producers must be in collaboration with the relevant agency.
Which is the second layer of collaboration?
Which is the second layer of collaboration?
Because we are we'll
yes.
make progress. So we can bring back promote.
Yes. So the proposal is to delete, increase, and substitute promote. I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 3D as proposed by Honorable Dr. Kabiru, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposal is carried. I'll put a question on the entire clause 3. Now, yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing an amendment to H. And by H, I am proposing the deletion of the phrase for the rapid synergistic expansion of different kind of production. Mr. Speaker, so that the new rendition will read simply as, to achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall, in collaboration with relevant agency, support the outcome of that particular function. And this, leaving it at, ending it at support, corridors would make it a bit tidier for the purposes of the functions of the authority. So this is my proposal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, don't you agree that the rest of the clauses are bringing the reason for the support?
Outcome, either than what has been stated here, is to say that the Company Act is, for a lack of a better word, ultra vires. I am making this point because we want to have an authority that
well, you are not here when we drafted. The principle of ultra vires is no more.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, for company, I understand. And that when it comes to company, principle of ultra vires is no more. But I'm just saying that in the context of this particular bill, you are only envisioning a certain one specific end goal. And I'm saying that we shouldn't clip the hand of the authority in that in the performance of their role, that only specific end goal should be within their prims of attention. But when we limit it to the designation and development of strategic economic corridors, it ends the matter, and that end goal of synergistic expansion of different kind of production would come, and other outcomes would come as of the outcome of this particular performance of this particular function.
Yes, it's even saying different kind of production. Well,
Mr. Speaker,
I do not agree with you, but let me hear from the chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, may I urge my younger brother to applying phrase to the support that is proposed. So that support is for the designation and development of strategic economic corridors. But then what is it meant for? For the synergetic expansion of different kinds of production. It just qualifies what that support is meant for. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will encourage him to abandon it and leave the rendition as it is.
You see, the argument that you are making, this kind of support that they are giving is not for transportation. Yes, I'm just giving you an example. It is for synergetic expansion of different kinds of production. That is why this particular provision is very important. But you are asking that they should leave it for others. The law is clear what you should be giving the support towards. So the law is not giving you the opportunity to use it for anything else.
Mr. Speaker, I agree, but we hear before this House the different illustration of what 24-hour economy is supposed to do. The argument by the people on this side has convinced us on what 24-hour economy is supposed to do.
Yes.
And that when you are formulating,
you will
Mr.
see
Speaker, if you
that
indulge me,
the functions of the authority is not limited to one. You understand? There are very specific field. So
Mr. Speaker, I am not saying there is something wrong if they do that, but I am only arguing that we give the authority an opportunity to have other end goal questions, especially so when you raise an important point about transportation.
Have you looked at E?
I have, Mr. Speaker.
What does it say?
Which I promote an amendment to. Which
yes,
was
the E.
E was amended to by the chair of the.
Yes, what does it say?
It says that, Mr. Speaker, preamble referred, promote the role of the micro, small, and medium-scale enterprise sector in inclusive wealth creation and development through cooperative enterprise. That's what. No, sorry, that's what C says. Sorry. E is support, facilitate, and.
I will urge the honorable member to abandon the proposal. The reason is to develop specific production corridors up to the Savannah region. You have the Akosombo Dam, Volta Lake there. It's an agricultural corridor. But for that to succeed, a number of agencies and policies working in a certain synergistic way need to be mobilized to produce the results. For instance, you started by trying to develop a rail line, okay? Now, when you do the rail line to Akosombo, you need to now develop the lake transport system, let's say to Bupe, and several other infrastructure needed to be able to give that corridor the opportunity to actually develop an integrated product to support the designation. So the authority will say that we are designating this as a Volta, is the objective. The objective of designating it as such is for the rapid synergistic expansion of different kinds of production. So if you took out the second part of the clause, it might just be like you are simply designating a place. So if you designate, you go back and sit down, how do you achieve that objective? That's why I plead with you to abandon the proposal.
Mr. Speaker, I abandon the proposal. We can make progress, please.
Members, I'll put a question on the entire clause 3. As many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye.
Clause 3.
Those against say no. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
No, they are not interested in working on their own bill.
Clause 4. Chairman of the committee.
Governing body of the authority.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Speaker, same clause 4, and I'm thinking that if you look at 4(1)(c), it's not specific. It's very general. It's not definitive. It goes on to say that 5 other persons with specialized knowledge and experience in matters relevant to the functions of the authority. I think this is all over the place. Nominated by the president, at least 2 of whom are women. That's the only specific definition. But if you're saying matters relevant to the functions of the authority, that is, for me, vague.
What is your proposal?
Well, Speaker, I'm just thinking that just like, so for instance, if it's Kolebu and you are looking for a lawyer, you should be able to indicate. And that is why I'm only bringing to your attention so that members could deliberate upon that.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Again, as indicated, this is not a function that relates to a specific sector. This is a coordinating function in which you may need economists, you may need finance experts, you may need engineers. So it is now up to the president, because it's his vision to create a 24-hour economy, and he's creating an authority to advance that vision. So he's being given the opportunity, given that it's your vision and you have an idea what you want to achieve, what kind of expertise do you need to populate a board? In the past, we've always said that you will spare one lawyer, one this. Then we tie our hands, and without meaning to underrate the intelligence of anybody, they will just send us anybody. And for some that they just want to take somebody who is warning them in the office out of the office, and they send him to this board to come and populate the board. And that person comes, and he cannot even help the board to achieve its objectives. So in this case, you leave the president, say, look, this is your board. You are clear in terms of your objectives. So choose the people that you think can best perform the functions. So, no, but so the rendition, I don't think, is faulty in any way, because the objective is clear that 5 other persons, so the number is specific, 5. That is what is important. The number is specific, 5 other persons. Then even their qualifications is implied, which is that specialized knowledge and experience in matters relevant to the functions of the authority. Meanwhile, you have already defined the functions of the authority, Parliament. The clause that you just approved, clause 3, defines the functions of the authority. So the president is being asked to mobilize people with relevant skills and expertise in the execution of the functions of the authority. So I don't see what else is needed to advance the objectives. So I think that it should be allowed to stand.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
I think the majority leader has even given me a better explanation with reference to it. If, rather than say that matters relevant to the functions of the authority, Speaker, here, it doesn't even bring any qualification, really. It still brings a general qualification. So you will even know whether the first person has to be a farmer with a certain number of degrees or a certain number of qualifications. All we would now see is that the place will be populated with people just because somebody in his mind.
Honourable members, the power to appoint under Article 70 is vested in the President. All these words are there to just guide the President in doing the appointment. That's all. It's just a guide to the President in doing the appointment.
Speaker, I am very minded on this matter, against the backdrop that we all know that the President has the powers to appoint.
Yes.
But the President will not go and appoint people that do not have the requisite qualification for a certain function.
So that is why we are guiding.
And that is why it is always the case that those responsibilities or functions are given specific details that it has to be. Speaker, for instance.
So what is your proposed rendition?
Speaker, I am only making a general...
well, we don't make a law like that. If you don't have a proposed rendition, I'll put a question on clause 4. As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, in the legislative process, we are supposed to propose amendment, deletion, or addition. Clause 5.
Functions of the board.
Chairman of the committee, of the House, honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 5? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 5, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the board.
Chairman of the committee, you may move the third amendment.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment, subclause 2, paragraph C, delete to avoid making use of and insert not to use. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be not to use information acquired by virtue of the position of that member so as to benefit that member or to the detriment of the authority without authorization. And I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete to avoid making and substitute not to. Honourable members, I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, does it mean we cannot even vote? I'll put a question on entire clause 6. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose yet again to clause 6(2)(c). In my view, I don't think anybody should have the authorization to use information he or she has acquired to the detriment of the authority. And in that regard, I propose that we delete entirely without authorization. So the new rendition will be not to avoid making use of information, not to use the information acquired by virtue of this position of that member so as to benefit that member or to the detriment of the authority, full stop. You shouldn't have the situation where you can actually
There are lawful situations where you have to use the information. That is why without authorization
but
is
to the
important.
detriment, the issue is to the detriment of the authority.
Yes.
So you shouldn't be permitted
Yes,
to use
if the law
information
allows.
to do something to cure.
Yes, if the law allows.
To the detriment of the authority.
Even if the law allows.
But why should we allow that?
But why should we permit the law to harm us? The law is there to protect us, Mr. Speaker. The word here is a very strong word. So therefore, if I use it today and you question me tomorrow, I will tell you that I have the authorization to use the information to the detriment of the authority.
You see, there are instances where you can lawfully use the information even if it will be to the detriment.
Yes, but to the detriment here.
So in that case, you are authorized so to do. This thing features in most of our laws.
No, it doesn't. No, Mr. Speaker, let's look at it carefully.
So what do you want to be the rendition?
But this is purposeful. This means that one can go and take authorization and come and use the information. To the detriment of the, if you are caught in it, it's fine. But if you are saying that you can go and take authorization and come and use the information, albeit to the detriment of the authority, then you are creating an avenue.
Honorable John Darko, you are a practitioner.
I'm a practitioner myself.
So, okay, as a practitioner.
Yes.
They have filed a notice to produce.
Yes.
And the law says don't produce. The law says don't produce. You would have to go to court to justify that within the meaning of the law you are not supposed to produce.
But then you
the judge, let me finish. When the speaker is speaking, you listen in silence. And the judge, having listened to you and having looked at the law, says that the information must be produced. What do you do?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your analogy, if it can be repeated.
The analogy is that there is a matter pending, and you have the information which you are not supposed to disclose. But they have filed a notice to produce, served on you. You have to go to court with the law that based on these circumstances, I am not supposed to produce the information. You understand? The judge having listened to you and still indicated that there is the need for you to produce. So you are hereby ordered to produce the information.
That is entirely different scenario, and I will tell you why. Because a pronouncement of the court is different from what is contained in a statute. The law is there for the court to interpret. So if you say that it is the court that has ordered you to produce, you are not producing because you have an authorization. You are producing because you have been so ordered by the court.
So who do you think will have to give that authorization to you to produce?
No, you shouldn't give it to me to produce. It's the court that should order me to produce.
Where there are circumstances where you will be authorized to give the information. But what is happening is that without authorization, you cannot. But when in the circumstances you are authorized to produce the information, you must go and produce the information. Let's take this parliament as an institution. You have an information in parliament as the clerk of parliament. Now there is a matter authorized by the speaker to do. Then in that case, you can give the information based on that authorization. So without the authorization, serving here. But if you delete it, it means that on no occasion can you be authorized to give the information.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about this act is talking about something entirely different from your position. And with the greatest respect, what this is saying to say is that give the information to the detriment of Parliament. I'll use the Parliament scenario. We are here, we are creating an authority from inception. And we have the opportunity to put in laws that will protect the establishment. And then in putting out the law, we are arguing that we are saying that we are giving you a situation where you have the authorization to give information to our detriment. The word is the detriment, the qualification. This is to your detriment. So we are saying that the information is to your detriment, and you can have a situation where you have authorization to go and kill yourself or to go and do something that will harm yourself. But we are the authors of the law, so we shouldn't give that opportunity to harm the authority that you are creating. So I think with the qualification that to the detriment of the authority, if it is in general, I will agree with you. But if it is to the detriment, you know this is going to be detrimental to the authority.
So it means that if you say they should delete without authorization, then you just go and say that giving you this information is to my detriment, so I won't give it.
But there's a remedy to cure that, Mr. Speaker. There's a remedy to cure that. That is why the RTI is there. That is why the court is there. That you can be actually compelled to now give that information that will be detrimental to the authority. So I don't see oh no, anyway.
You see, we are talking about the same thing, that there are circumstances where you'll be compelled to go and give the information. You understand? So what circumstances will compel you to go and give the information? It means that in those circumstances, you are being authorized by the circumstances to go and give the information. Let me hear Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
The thing that we are talking about is for the private benefit of the person. It's very important because in that particular provision, we are saying that using the information for the private benefit of the person to the detriment of the company or the authority. And that is where you need to tie the private benefit to the concern is raising, that the law should not make provision. The use of a person can use it for his private benefits to the detriment of the company when there is authorization. Mr. Speaker, let me read. Let me read it. And if you don't see, to use, not to use of any information acquired by virtue of the position of that member so as to benefit that member.
Yes, and so the word is or. Read,
yes,
continue.
So as to benefit that member or
yes.
To the detriment.
The or.
I agree.
You have to read the provision. One is for your benefit or to the detriment of the company the rendition is talking about. That's my understanding. You understand? the information may be to your benefit. If you have the authority, you understand? Yes, so you are not to use it for your benefit unless you are authorized so to do. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you see, let me give you a plausible scenario that we can be dealing with. You notice it's relevant to this. They'll come across information that they could use it for their own private business. Are you getting the situation? So what the clause is seeking to do is to say that you are not allowed business unless you have authorization. So yes, that is leg one. Leg two is saying that you should not use the information to the detriment of the authority. No. Leg two does not necessarily create an authorization arrangement because that will be to its detriment. No. What Mr. Speaker is drawing your attention to is that read the or there. See, the or makes the authorization applicable to the first leg. So what you are suggesting is that we relocate the expression without authorization. We relocate it before the or, so that without authorization only pertains to the use of the information for personal benefit, but then when it comes to the detriment of the authority, there should be no authorization. For once, I will agree with you.
No, Leader. No.
Tadia. Is that okay? If that's
Honorable members.
They will understand it.
Honorable members, if you make it sacrosanct, it therefore means that on no account can you be asked to give information, because all you need to do is that giving you that information is to the detriment of the institution. So I am not going to give it at all. If you talk about authorization may not be voluntary. There are circumstances where you would, by necessity, have to give those information. So, yes, so the court order, what is it? Yes, you can be ordered by even the head of the institution to go and do it. Right, it is all the basis of which you are doing it without necessarily violating the law. You understand? Other than that, in the circumstances like that, if there is a punishment for it, if you disclose the information in those circumstances, you can. You see, let's even look at it in terms of the security of the state. There are instances where you will be called upon and lawfully you would have to disclose some information. You understand? So you are under the authority of the law to do so. That is why you have done it. So the whole law is telling you that if you don't have those kind of authority, you can't disclose the information. The winnowing committee. So far, we have done only 2 amendments, and we are at clause 5.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
We are on 6.
Mr. Speaker, If you counsel that we should
Second deputy.
we should refer it to Winnowing Committee, I will have no objection. We can refer it to Winnowing Committee, and by tomorrow we'll bring back a report that incorporates the issues. But as you can see, these are all amendments by the chairman of the committee.
Which is by the committee.
Which is the committee's work. I really don't know what Winnowing Committee will do about a recommendation by a colleague committee.
Well,
usually
Honorable Leader, Honorable Leader,
yeah,
the way is the way that it is going. So
Yes,
that I
so
would
we
direct
can-
that everybody should take a look at the bill. All those who have concerns should go and address their concern at the Winnowing Committee.
No, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that I think that he is raising an issue about how he understands it, given the way that it has been rendered. He wants it rendered in such a way that it says clearly that you cannot use it for your personal benefit without authorization. And also, he wants it also indicated clearly that you cannot give out the information to the detriment of the authority. Mr. Speaker, your analogy relating to court orders compel all of us. In fact, court orders compel the authority to provide the information. So if there's a court order, then there's no issue of authorization. It is compelling because the Constitution says that we must all obey court orders. So I think that it is simpler if we just go by his recommendation, because court orders ordinarily compel us to provide the information, and you must disclose if it's a court order.
Honorable Majority Leader, if you bring it to a practical terms, you realize that, let's say you are the majority leader, the court order is directed on you, leader of government business. But pursuant to that particular court order, you are going to authorize Hotelje to go and disclose the information to where the information is needed. So there are elements of exercise of authorization in the chain. So if you delete without authorization, from there you create a practical problem on the ground. You are a managing director of an institution, a court order is served on you seeking for an information or somebody right to information, and your subordinate is not expected to disclose the information, but you will have the authority to order or instruct or give authority to that subordinate to go and give the information. So if you delete without authorization, you can create a problem. And we have done this severally in many laws.
Yeah, I can understand that when a court order is served on, let's say, the MD of the company to come and disclose certain things, there may be a need for authorization from the board by the MD to go and disclose by the orders of the court. But then you, the specific individual who will need to go and disclose, must also show from your, you must show from your internal paper trail that you, for instance, will raise, do a memo to your bosses and say, I was summoned in court, I was asked this question, the questions require that I produce this information, provide the information. That's the context in which Speaker.
Let me clarify it.
You that I helped you, now I'm begging you so that we'll make progress, and then you are refusing. Let's make progress.
Let me give another.
We'll make progress.
Let me give another scenario. Let's say a bank. There is an order served on the bank to come and do ABC. A decision will be taken that Honorable Ayariga, who is the employee working on that particular schedule, should go and give the information. He's not the one ordered by the court so to do. So internally, he must be authorized to go and give that information, whether it is to the detriment of the bank or not to the detriment of the bank. That, what do we call it? Is it not an authority given to that particular employee to go and disclose?
No, there's not that type of authorization here. This is a use of information. And, Mr. Speaker, the fact must be made clear here. No amount of internal authorization will supersede a court order. It's as simple as that's fundamental. So the order from court and authorization.
Okay, let's say it is not an order. Let's say it's not an order of the court. Security intelligence are conducting information, and you are an employee of an institution seized with the information, but that information needed to be disclosed, and your superiors are contacted. How would your superiors get you to disclose that information?
The point we are making is that if that information sought after is detrimental to the authority.
You cannot tell the security intelligence that that information is detrimental. So against the interest of the state, you won't disclose it.
But then this has been determined by the Supreme Court just last week. Mr. Speaker, in the matter taken to court in the case involving the AG and let me finish. AG and Dubois.
Yes.
Where they refuse, it borders on disclosure.
Yes.
Where they pick and choose information that they wanted to disclose. And they say that by the order of the court, if you are ordered today to produce, this is even by rules of the court, that was requiring the production of the documents, and they were selective. And they sought to do what they want based on relevance. The court said that no, if it is mandatory, it's mandatory. So the point I'm trying to make is that anything that is to your detriment, you shouldn't. That is why it's even in the Constitution that you are not permitted to even take your own life.
No.
You can't.
You are not getting. You are not getting it.
Do something that is
you are not getting the argument. Under the Securities and Intelligence Act, if they demand an information from you, that law allows you to give the information. So you are a front desk officer. The information relates to a front desk. And under that law, your superiors are contacted that this information is needed. And they have sat down, take decision. And there is the need for you, the subordinate, to go and disclose that particular information. And your superiors have authorized you to go and give the information. So in those circumstances, it doesn't matter the nature of the information. Once you are authorized, you understand, you are giving the information without the authority, and you will not be caught by this very provision that is being stated here.
The Speaker, I understand clearly where you're coming from. And for this, because of what you have just said, I think it is in the best interest of this House to even defer this clause. Because what you are talking about is clearly an exception. That provision must be made in this clause to cater for it. So
without the authority there, without the authority there, means that there are exceptions to the rule. That is, you are not supposed to do something. However, when you are authorized to do so, you can do it. That is what this thing is saying.
Exception is not created in vacuum. Mr. Speaker, exceptions are not created in vacuum. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, you can't create an exception in vacuum. Exception, you can just say that except where the matters borders on national security. You have to be specific. If you are creating an exception, you have to be specific. Exceptions are not created in vacuum, that without authority, and therefore you pick this. Then you are giving the discretion to the authority to decide what is an exception and what is a special case.
Honorable
so
members,
clearly, if you want to go in there,
to defer this to the Winnowing Committee, you must go there with different laws that we have passed with the same rendition.
Mr. Speaker, the use of authorization, it appears that you have a certain fixated meaning of authorization. I am saying, please, I'm saying it appears. It appears. Please, I listen to you quietly. Without authorization simply means without permission. Now, if you look at some court orders, it is couched as follows. This court, you are hereby ordered or directed. So the word authorization simply means permission. You are permitted to provide the information. Now, so there's a very authorization to a certain limited meaning. The intent of this house is that if you are permitted to use the information, even though it is to the detriment of the authority, you proceed to do so. You have a problem, but that's what you've been saying.
So, honorable member, move your amendment. Let me put a question.
Not to use information, not to use information acquired by virtue of the position of that member so as to benefit that member without authorization or to the detriment of the authority. Is the arrangement?
Honourable members, I'll put a question to his amendment. All those in favor say aye. The honourable member. I'll put a question again. All those in favor, honourable members, can we have some order? Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, it is my duty to clarify the issue for you. I am putting the question on the amendment proposed by the honourable member that we should change the position. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the amendment is not carried. I'll put a question on the entire clause 6. Yes, Honourable
Speaker, clause 6, subclause 2C, second line, after member, I'm proposing that we delete benefit that member, or the so as it sounds cliche, Mr. Speaker.
That sounds good. I'll put a question on the amendment proposed by the majority chief whip. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chief whip is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I'll put a question on the entire clause 6. All those in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 7.
Tenure of office of members of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm looking at 7.4. It says that a member of the board, if meetings of the board, without sufficient cause ceases to be a member of the board. Mr. Speaker, I propose that who is absent from 3 consecutive meetings of the board without sufficient cause ceases to be a member. Mr. Speaker, I make that proposal because the executive officer is already a member of the board. And anytime he is absent, he would have given a cause for his absence.
Honorable members, with all due respect, sometimes in the legislative process, it's sometimes advisable to put alongside yourself other legislations passed by this House. And when you read the Hansard, you will realize the purpose for which the legislation is the way it is. This is clearly a repetition from other legislations. And the reason is that some of the positions on the board are institutional representation. Now, the law creates a position for chief executive to be a member of the board. If you say the chief executive has absented 3 times without a reasonable excuse, therefore he's not going to be a member of the board. However, he remained a chief executive of the board. What happened? You see, that is why for institutional representation, they try to create some exceptions in the law. So some of the things, it should not be like the whole clause 7. It's a standardized provision in every law.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. No, yes, and this practice of saying that we've done laws and that has been made, and so if we are passing existing laws and we have issues, we cannot make comments on them and change. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. My position is that we are looking at tenure of office of members of the board, and we are making provision on basis upon which a member will lose his membership on the board. The chief executive, whether he is coming to the board as an institutional representative or not, is still a member of the board. And the clause is saying that to be a member of the board, you cannot absent yourself 3 times without sufficient cause. And I'm saying that it should not be the chief executive officer is held accountable on the same basis of a board member. And the chief executive officer cannot absent himself without sufficient cause for 3 times. And so this rendition to exempt the chief executive officer from here, you are suggesting that the chief executive officer can absent himself for 3 consecutive times without just cause and still be a member of the board. That for me is erroneous.
That's exactly what the law is saying. That's exactly what the law is saying. And the reason for the law saying what it is saying is that let's take it, let's reduce it. It has happened in a particular district. You are a member of the district assembly. By virtue says, let's say you are even a full member. There's a law that says that if a member of the district assembly absents himself 3 times without reason, you cease to be a member of the district assembly. However, your membership of the district assembly is by virtue of you being a member of parliament. So tell me.
The president should sack you as if you don't go to board meetings for 3 times without sufficient cause, what is your use as chief executive officer? It means that you lose it and the president should sack you from office. Board members should take meetings of board serious. Exactly. So, Speaker, this is a House of Parliament, and we are passing the law, and we cannot give exceptions to chief executives to absent themselves without due cause. And then we, Parliament, we are creating that exception for them to abuse it. I disagree.
Let me hear Honorable Animedu. I'll come to Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that the laws we have created, this is a standard provision, but I see some sense
in what he's saying, especially when this is the board for the 24-hour economy. And a chief executive sits somewhere and doesn't attend meetings for 3 consecutive times. Mr. Speaker, something needs to be done. I think I agree with him that he has no business staying at the office. The president must sack him.
So, Honorable Animedu, what happened if the president is not sacked and he continues to be a chief executive of the board?
Mr. Speaker, I think the next provision, we will make provision that the president should sack the person. If you choose not to attend a meeting for 3 consecutive terms, then you need to be punished. This is 24-hour economy bill.
So are you saying because it is 24-hour economy bill, what is happening in other laws should not happen here?
No, Mr. Speaker, this is a flagship program for the government. And I don't see how a chief executive should be playing with the 24-hour economy.
Richard Champon, can I hear you?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Executive Officer is there by virtue of his office. And he's there to provide technical support to the board. So, assuming who provide that technical support to the board, are you going to nominate another person as a board member or what? And even if he calls for the meeting, he's always there. There's no way a CEO, the board chairman, but he is there to provide technical support. So it's impossible to have a CEO who will absent him or herself 3 consecutive times for not attending a meeting. He will not even do that. He will not do that. So that instruction should be given to the Chief Executive Officer.
This is not even applicable to only a Chief Executive.
It's in many laws.
For instance, in some of the laws, ministers are members of the board. And the minister is a member of the board by virtue of being a minister. When the person is removed as a minister, automatically he's not a member of the board. The person who is appointed as a minister will continue to be a minister of the board. Now, in this situation, you do not have control of who should be a minister. That is entirely in a different hand. So we refer to all those people as institutional representation. So therefore, if the institution is asking that you should represent, it is that institution that can remove. That is why we normally put a proviso that this particular clause should not affect people who are there by virtue of the position that they clarify. But if after all this explanation you still insist, propose your amendment and let me put a question on it.
Speaker, by God's grace, some of us have had opportunities of being chief executives. And we also know that there can be boardroom wars. And you're also very well versed about the fact that board meetings are called by the board chair. And when they call the meetings, they do not actually need the concurrence of the chief executive to call the meeting.
It's true.
And this can bring a whole lot of issues. What is the big deal? Why are we trying to protect the chief executive? No, that is why at every board meeting, the chief executive is giving notice of the meeting. So the chief executive now cannot come and say that I was not giving notice of the meeting, and that is why I absented myself. For you to absent yourself 3 times, what does it mean? Is it dereliction of duty, or it's because it's 24-hour economy authority? So you have 3 chief executives. One will come in the morning, the other will come in the afternoon, and the other will come in the evening.
Honorable Ahmed, we have come to a conclusion that he should do his proposal, and let's take decision on it.
Mr. Speaker, and honorable members on the other side, I think reflecting to each other, and I'm saying, and it's an appeal to you, and I've said this on record, bills that are passed in this house are passed, every bill that is passed in this house is passed for posterity. And we could pass laws and err or have some different understanding. And when it comes to other laws, new ideas come every day. My proposal is just to the extent that a chief executive by law should not be given the opportunity to miss 3 consecutive board meetings without cause and still be protected by the law we parliament we are passing and say that it is a good law. And so my proposal again, Mr. Speaker, under clause 7(4), is that the chief officer should be deleted. The other than the chief executive officer should be deleted for it to read, a member of the board who is cause ceases. I so move.
Honorable members, that is the amendment on the floor. Yes? Honorable Sule.
Mr. Speaker, I want to support the chief executive officer is a board member. Why should he be treated separately from that must be applied? In any case, if there's anybody who should be present at all meetings, it should be the chief executive. It is the chief executive in most cases who is even the secretary to the board in some cases. And so I think that the clause as it stands should not be supported. Rather, my colleagues' amendment should be considered. Thank you.
Okay. Sule, you raised a very good point. I have cited an example that you are by law a member of the assembly. The conditions at the assembly should apply to you. But you are just a member of the assembly because the law says so. In this case, you are a member of the board because you are the chief executive officer. If tomorrow you are not a chief executive officer, you are not a member of the board. In the same way, if tomorrow you are not an assembly member, you are not a member of the board. So if you create the law this way, we'll have instances where you will continue to be a member of parliament, but you are not a member of the assembly when the law says so. You will continue to be a chief executive, but you are not a member of the board. You see, that's why Majority Chief Whip, on this note, I want the bill to go for winnowing. You have the opportunity to explain this to members. Other than that, would make a very bad law. Will make a very bad law.
Oh, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I agree with you that we should defer the rest of the considerations of this bill to the winnowing committee to tidy up and return to the House. So that members who have issues, we can join us at the winnowing committee for us to take that. So please join us.
Mr. Speaker, my last comment is
you are just there because the law says you should be there.
Mr. Speaker, we are learning from you. But the scenario you cited, we have boards where you have institutional reps. Those institutional reps are there because they belong to some institutions and aided to them. And so the example is given.
When you are making this particular provision, you exempt all the institutional representations. That's why if you see other laws that we have passed, all the institutional representations, all those who are members of the board by virtue of the position that they occupy are exempted. So probably at winnowing, you put various laws, the argument that ensue on this floor in arriving at those decisions in place, then you can come to a conclusion.
Okay, that's okay. If it's going to apply to the other institutional reps,
yes,
then it makes sense. If not, I don't think that it should stand the way it is. Thank you.
So, for us, that is a legal education reform bill. Now, if you look at the legal education reform bill, also clause 6 is talking about tenure of office. And then, if you look at clause 6.4, it says that a member of the board, 3 consecutive times of the board, without sufficient cause, cease to be a member of the board. Why, honorable member, just listening. When I'm done and I recognize you, you can talk. I'm just giving you the perspective of another board, another bill that we have here, dealing with the same provisions. The meaning of this is that the registrar is just a member by virtue of occupying the registrar's position. So long as he remains a registrar, he will be a member of the board. That is why in this particular bill, he is also being exempted. So the registrar in this bill is coterminous to that of the chief executive. Now, yes, Majority Leader.
I think we've agreed that we'll refer this bill to.
Yes.
The rest of the
yes.
Speaker is only guiding the House. It's not debating.
I'm not debating. I'm only guiding the
House.
You said?
The example you gave is different from what we are dealing with, because in the case of the legal education bill, the registrar is not part of quorum. But in the case of this bill we are considering, you have made the CEO as a member of the board and part of quorum, that he must be present for quorum to be determined. And if you read clause 5, they are saying that, 4, the quorum for the meeting of the board is 5 members, including the chairperson and the chief executive officer. So at all times, he has to be at the board meeting.
So then what you have to do is to make your point when we get to that particular provision.
We are past there.
Yes, that is what you will have to do.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that what I'm making is already being considered, because we are dealing with.
So, honorable members, if that is the way, I don't have a problem. I'll put a question.
Yes.
I'll put a question. Majority Leader, you are on your feet.
Speaker.
Majority Leader, can I hear you on this?
Mr. Speaker, I think you should stand down that clause. Stand down that clause for further consultations. Then we can move to the other ones that are less controversial and then have them passed. Let's stand it down, that clause, so that we can engage. Let's stand it down.
Honorable members, one rules that guide us is consistency. So, clause, then we go to clause 8.
Meetings of the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendments, clause 4, line 2, delete, including the chairperson and the chief executive officer, and insert of the board. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be a member of the board other than the chief executive. The new rendition will be the quorum for a meeting of the board is 5 members of the board. I so move.
So you are proposing to delete, including the chief executive. And honourable members, the proposal is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think my very good senior on the other side, guided by Seven that has been stood down, was very quick in making sure that...
Honourable member, this proposal has been on the order paper for some time, before the argument.
So, thank you very much, Speaker, for the guidance. But I'm only saying that it is consistent with the 7 that has been stood down, because if the Chief Executive Officer necessarily has to be part of quorum, and then he absents himself 3 consecutive times, then it means that you are actually closing the 24-hour economy authority because of one chief executive. So I support the rendition so proposed.
That is why when reference was made to this clause, when we are talking at 7, I said hold it. When we get to 7, then we can effectively deal. When we get to 8, that talks about the inclusion in the quorum, then we can deal with it.
Yes, but if you were, because you have stood the 7 down, I was going to make an argument relating it to say that I'm in all false with the proposal made by my senior. Thank you.
I'll put a question. All the ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. So with this proposal, do we go back to 7? Because the reason is that it's compulsory member.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you. Proposed amendment in clause 7. One strong argument that was used to buttress the proposed amendment in clause 7 had to do with what has been corrected in clause 8. So I think that we can stick to tradition and maintain clause 7 so that it is consistent with all previous legislation. I equally feel strongly that we should not treat chief executives differently from board members in terms of the workings of a board. But you know, the board members may not necessarily be as busy as chief executives. Are you getting the situation? Chief executives, by virtue of the work that they do, they may not be available for, you know, a lot of board meetings. And also, I don't think we should be so worried about this rendition, because without probable cause or without cause, I believe that a chief executive will always find cause to give to the board as to why he or she is absent. So let's maintain the rendition and then move on. Let's maintain it and move on.
I think you've made a very fantastic submission, and that is consistent with our position, that the chief executive would almost always have a cause to be absent from a board meeting. Particularly, even in board meeting, he would have notified the board. And so this house should be very, you see, we shouldn't loosen up the import of laws that we pass. We don't pass it for nothing. So once we know that the chief executive would almost always have sufficient cause to be absent, there is no reason why that particular clause 7 should make provision that he can absent himself, the board chairman, to write to His Excellency the President who appointed him that he's not fit to become a chief executive of the organization. And so as Parliament, this is Parliament. Parliament should be guided, and as you said, that might have been our practice. I have read other laws which has been passed by this house that never had that provision. So it is a new maybe development that came through the 8th or the 9th. I have not seen those laws. When I considered the bills for road fund and the rest, I didn't see those provisions in there.
Honorable, on that note, with all due respect, I will beg to differ. From 2016, there is no law passed by this House on tenure of office that doesn't have that provision.
Speaker, that is why I was careful in choosing my words that I have not seen. I never said it hasn't happened. I said I have not seen. And so, if that is even so, that is why we, as 9th Parliament, with this new take board meetings, you see, this is board meeting, should be always present to guide the board.
You see,
my brother,
what you are talking about and the law is different thing. On one breath, you said the board should recommend to the president to remove the chief executive, but this law is talking about automaticity. You automatically cease to be a member of the board.
No,
That's what the law is saying.
I said that because if our concern is that the chief executive would lose his membership of the board and still be a chief executive, what then becomes of his inclusion or a representative of the institution on the board? And that is why I am saying that by the time he has shown such incompetence, because if he absents himself 3 times as external people who are supposed to come and guide in policy and direction, we are imposing a responsibility on them that if they lose 3 board meetings without cause, they should lose their position. A higher duty is supposed to be brought to bear on the chief executive. And so the chief executive class should be struck harder than ordinary board members. And so I only made that reference, that incompetent chief executive moved a resolution or made in this when it comes to 7 in laws over time. But today, we are reviewing that particular provision as a house to see if certain amendments can be made to that particular provision so that we raise the bar. It is raising the bar of duty for chief executive officers, not to cover them for their incompetence. And now we are talking about the 24-hour economy, which is supposed to be the flagship program of His Excellency the President. And this House, the majority of this House, are telling us that we should allow a chief executive to absent himself 3 times without cause and still be chief executive. Is that what you want? Majority, tell me, is that what you want? That chief executive should absent himself 3 times without cause and still be chief executive. Is that the reset?
Let me hear the chairman of the committee.
Speaker.
Before, let me hear the chairman. I'll come to you.
Totally needless for you to say that majority. Is that what you want? Please. I am saying that when we come to consideration, we even have, I'm saying my majority leader agrees with the proposition you are making. So don't create the impression that the majority is against what you are saying. Don't do that. Please.
Honorable members, my experience in this House is that when it comes to a consideration stage of a bill, we make the law to govern the people of Ghana. In our contributions, it should be devoid of the use of some political language. So we should take note of this and move along that side. You don't take a position because of politics. You take a position because the law will be in the interest of Ghanaians. So, Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, having listened to the arguments, the clause, I think we have to look at some practical stuff in the corporate world. The structure of the company is a board of directors and then the Chief Executive Officer of the company reports to the Board of Directors. The reason we had argued many times before settling on this is the fact that until the Chief Executive Officer is taken away from that position, it is not the number of meetings he has attended that would debar him from attending and reporting to the board. So he is a functional director who reports to the board. It's not any ordinary member who reports directly to the board. That is why that position of a chief executive officer of a company remains a member, but with or without attending a meeting of the board. That does not debar him from being a member of the board. These reasons were canvassed many years ago until we settled on the fact that the chief executive officer remains. You see, the clause is not to say that when you don't attend 3 times, but it's just to say that until the president removes him, until he ceases to become a chief executive officer, he remains a member. Take him away, because he is the one who will report to the board anyway. Report to the board. That's why we found it necessary to say that except the chief executive officer, who by virtue and until his position, he's taken off that position, remains a member of the board. So the number of meetings of non... Very well.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I just 2 previous bills that we have passed in this House, and I observed that we have hardly ever tried to make this distinction. Generally, we outline the members of the board and we include the chief executive, but then when it comes to attendance, it is neutral. It says any board member that does not attend 3 consecutive meetings to have to leave the board. So I think, Mr. Speaker, adding this obligation, because I believe that a chief executive will always be able to establish a cause, a reason why he is unable to attend a board meeting. So to spend so much of our parliamentary time on such a matter, I think that chairman should accept the recommendation.
We'll defer it, we can make progress. I'll put a question on the entire clause 8. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill? Yes. Before then, permit me to recognize visitors in the public gallery. Honourable members, the World Lotteries Association leadership, National Lotteries Authority, they also decided to pay a visit to Parliament to observe proceedings. The delegation is made up of Mr. Andreas Kote, World Lottery Association President, Mr. Lucas Espicito, Executive Director, World Lotteries Event Coordinator. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome all of them to Parliament of Ghana. Please, may you have a fruitful visit to Parliament. Yes, clause 8. Second Deputy Speaker should get ready to take the chair. Yes, I want to put a question on clause 8. Honourable members, I am observing something. I don't want to believe that is true. All those in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
No advertised amendments for clause 9.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, if you look at 9(1)(b), if you read the whole sentence, I believe that the S should be deleted. So it reads that a member of the board who has an interest in the matter for consideration shall probably be disqualified. Be disqualified, not is disqualified. So you can say shall S. So you can instead of S, we should replace it with B. Be disqualified from being present.
So what is your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that we delete S and insert
in the present.
We don't draft because it looks like he's not listening. Then you ask me again to propose. Yes, now that I have your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
My shall be disqualified
because shall be is futuristic, and we always draft in the present.
That's right.
That's the drafting rules. If you like, I can defer it to the drafters. This one, I will not argue with you. I'll defer it to the drafters to use the appropriate drafting language.
Obviously, we cannot say shall is disqualified, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, there's some.
You have to read it from the top.
The top.
That's how you read law. You read it from the top.
9(1) says a member of the board who has an interest in a matter for consideration, A, shall disclose in writing the nature of the interest, and the disclosure shall form part of the record of the consideration of the matter, and is disqualified from being present at or participating in the deliberations of the board.
Mr. Speaker, unless we are reading from two different documents, because we have this that was given to me by the clerk to Parliament. They gave it to me. And then this was also given. And so I'm reading from this document. This document has a shall.
So are you holding two bills? Honorable
Speaker,
do you have a copy?
Speaker,
I'm just asking John Darko, this is the bill. Do you have a copy?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, when we came here,
a simple question. If you don't have a copy, get a copy of this.
You gave it to us.
No, Mr. Speaker, this is what the table office gave to us.
Honorable members, sometimes we don't do this.
So because Mr. Speaker,
any proposed amendment to clause 9? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of committees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 10? Establishment of committees. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just looking at 10 with respect, just for just for guidance, I'm sure this one is correct. Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, it says that the board may establish committees consisting of members or non-members of the board. On that particular one, I just want to be sure whether the framers or the proposers actually want a that is always the practice. But a situation where there will be non-members forming a committee, I believe it might be a problem. And even in terms of reporting, how non-members can form a committee and report to the board will be a problem. So if you can say that can work.
Or what is your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I'll propose that the board may establish committees consisting of members and not members to deliberate on matters of the board.
So by your proposal, a committee cannot be made of members and non-members?
No, I'm saying that if you look at this, it gives the impression that you can have a committee that is only non-members of the board.
Yes, that is what exactly is being communicated. The board or non-members of the board or both. So it means that there are instances where the non-members of the board.
Is that solely non-membership board that is agitating my mind? I believe that at any point in time, at least a member should be, because it's a board subcommittee that is being established. How do you establish a board subcommittee without a member of the board representing? I believe that at least a member of the board should be part of that subcommittee.
Well, honorable members, again by practice, I have seen only one clause missing. The clause that is missing is that a committee made up of non-members are advisory only. That's the usual rendition that we have been putting in. But by practice, the boards are not prevented from forming a committee of non-members to come and advise the board. The board is not prevented from forming a committee made up of members and non-members or only members. So, well, Majority Leader, let me hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think it is possible to have a committee, a board set up a committee within the organization that is not made up of board. You want technical advice, even if it is a matter you want investigated and you think the board members may be prejudiced and etc. In fact, you may even bring in non-staff and set up a committee. So if we are so stringent on this issue of and fixated on this issue of, because it is a committee set up by the board, then I believe that it should be possible for a board, and the board will exercise the discretion to either accept or not accept the report of that committee. Same way, they may just be members of the board, and then the chairperson of that committee must be a board member. So I think we should leave it that way. It should be possible to do that.
Yes.
I want to see some clarification from leader in terms of what he submitted. Well, we are moving forward, and so it should be possible. Traditionally, every committee of a board, whether with members or non-members, you traditionally would need a member of a board to be part and chair. That has been traditional concept of constituting the board, because at the end of the day, that subcommittee should be, unless you are setting up an ad hoc committee. If you are setting up ad hoc committees of the board, then that could, because of the purpose, have a complete non-members. But I don't have a challenge with the way we want to go. But my little clarification I wanted from the submission made by the leader is with the two, which says that a committee composed of members and non-members of the board shall be chaired by a member of the board. So in the event where the board is made up of all non-members,
who chairs it?
You see, Honorable Boma.
Yes, that's why I'm coming.
You see, we have a committee made up purely of members of the board. They didn't talk about the chairmanship, because whoever will chair will be member of the board. Now we have a committee made up of non-members of the board. Non-member of the board is there. They didn't talk about the chairmanship because the chairperson can only be one of them who will not be a member of the board. It is only where it is made up of members. This thing is very, very clear and explicit. Or is it not clear?
They are usually carried out. These are committees of the board. And so where there is a different understanding, like the leader said, my respected leader said, then that is where you can say that it has to have a particular set of people. But if not, this is the way.
I'll put a question.
Yes.
All those in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no.
Allow answers.
Chairman of the committee.
No proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 11? I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Executive oversight.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Boma. Clause 12.
Mr. Speaker, executive oversight. 1. The authority is responsible to the president. I don't even understand this particular provision. You have established a board. The board would have an authority that has been provided. And then we are saying that the authority is responsible to the president. That rendition, I'm having difficulty. So I would seek clarification from the chairman of the committee. What does it mean to say the authority is responsible to the president? If he could explain before I make my further. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, is it the English language that he doesn't understand? Oh. John.
Please, you have the floor.
The authority is responsible to the president. Before this authority, the Secretariat of the 24-hour economy was responsible to the president. That is the same way. This law being created, now called authority.
I'll give you
that. Yes.
This is at page IV. The clause 12 provides for executive oversight. If I may read, under the clause, the authority is responsible to perform functions assigned by the president. The minister or the person designated is required to carry out the directive of the president, which is what the chairman to the committee is saying is so different from what this provision is, the provision is stating. So you have to be clear. Is it to divide that in the memorandum so that we get the understanding? Because you provided a memorandum to this bill that we are considering. And then when we ask for clarification, you get up by first asking us whether we understand English. And then in your explanation,
yes, help the House to agree with you. You can refer to the specific provision in the memo and then relate it. Then you carry the entire House along.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think if we go with the memorandum, which is on page IV, page 4.
So, if you read the clause 4, it says that provides for executive oversight. Under the clause, the authority is responsible to the president, who assigned by the president. The minister or the person designated is required to carry out the directives of the president. That's what you are talking about is saying. And now let's go back to clause 12. Let's go back to clause 12 and address your concern.
President. And then we asked the chairman to the committee to provide a clarity. And in the clarity that was provided, it's a total, and this is House of Records. So I want to find out if we should take his explanation or what
clarity has he provided?
He said that it is the 24-hour economy has already been to the secretariat, and the secretariat is responsible to the president. But here, when you read the clause 12, it is clear that the authority itself is directly responsible to the president, and in the president exercising that function, well, now there's a provision there for the minister to be the appointed minister or designated minister. Truly, we want to take all what the memorandum provides, because the memorandum doesn't talk about anything secretariat.
So do you have a problem with what is contained in the memorandum and the clause?
No.
You only have a problem with the explanation of the chairman of the committee?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, clearly when you are making a law, if you have a problem with the provisions of the law, so if you have a problem with the provision as it is, raise it.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the question because this is a law we are passing. And for every executive oversight, the president in coming to this house should clearly know which minister or ministry you want the 24-hour economy to drive it. But whereas at the time this bill is coming, 24-hour economy board is going to report to, then it means that there is already confusion in the mind of the passing 24-hour economy.
For us, as members of parliament, when we are making law, we don't make policy. We make law to back the policy. And your brother has really quoted from the memorandum. So it is only when the provisions of the law depart due respect, it's a figment of your own imagination.
Mr. Speaker, I believe...
I use the word imagination.
Oh, no, I'm not offended by the English.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a student of Addis Adel College, so I'm not really bothered about the English. My concern, and which is what we express, I have a right to express concern and views on it, even if it departs from the memorandum, as an individual who is contributing to the passage of the bill, so that subsequent times, whoever is listening to it can also be guided, the executive, the House, and even my leader.
I'm again doing this because you are my very good friend and a first timer. When you are debating the principle at second reading, you make this argument. But when it comes to a consideration of a bill, you make proposal for deletion, you make proposal for addition, you make proposal for alteration. You don't argue at the consideration stage of a bill as if you are debating the bill at second reading. So what you are doing, there's no difference between it as if the bill is being considered under second reading, under second reading of the bill.
I'm guided accordingly.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Proposal I have under clause 12 is to delete the whole of the Speaker of the Grace, to delete the whole of that particular clause. My reason is that in this particular bill, and we'll come to that, when it comes to reporting, they have stated that the authority will be reporting to the minister responsible for finance and the president. And everything in this bill, the spirit of this bill, the letter of this bill clearly states that it is supposed to be under the Minister of Finance. If you look at the functions of the authority, if you read through the reporting channel, if you look at even the approval of financing, it's clearly situated
with the ministry responsible for finance. Now, if we leave it at the current rendition or the current form in terms of clause 12, we are going to create a difficulty in terms of oversight by the executive, by the legislature. The difficulty is going to be that whilst there's going to be under the office of the president, we will be wondering whether or not the minister responsible for finance or the minister that may be appointed by the president, different from the minister for finance, is going to be reporting to us on the matter of the authority. And if we don't synchronize this inconsistency or what appears to be inconsistency, we will have a very difficult time having oversight. We let this whole clause, or as you are directing at Winnowing, if we are still going to go to Winnowing, we'll probably consider that thoroughly. But the current rendition is more absurd and it creates confusion than it's supposed to bring clarity to the
Honorable Dr. Kabiru, have you advented your mind to Article 83, 82, and 84 of the Constitution regarding which minister?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will be guided, but the National Security Act clearly provides that there must be a minister responsible for national security, which we argue sometimes even in the past that if the president appoints a minister without clearly appointing a minister responsible for national security, it's in violation of that statute. So in the current government, that is why it's been added to the minister responsible for interior.
Is there any provision in the Constitution that says so?
Mr. Speaker, I can't get any provision in the Constitution that says
because there is no provision. The president is the chairperson for national security. The president may choose to designate a minister. He has the power. So when the interior minister, so be it. So here, under the president, giving the power to the president to designate a minister. So what is wrong with it?
Mr. Speaker, the difficulty is that, as we shall get to know, we are asking the Minister responsible for Finance to report. And the reports, not the payment of allowance, read the Act under annual report. Read this particular bill under annual report. So please, before you respond to the, read the whole bill. When you go to, the board shall within 30 days after the receipt of the audit report, submit an annual report to the president and the minister responsible for finance, covering the activities and operation of the authority for the year in which the report shall relate. And it continues. It continues. The report shall include A, B, C, D. The minister responsible for finance shall, within 30 days after the receipt of the annual report, submit the report to Parliament with a statement that the minister responsible for finance considered necessary.
So I agree with you. If you come to 24, you should read a minister designated by the president. So I agree with you with 24. But to say that the 12 be deleted, I disagree. So 24, we can say a minister.
We don't have an amendment before us. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can just put the question, and then he has not proposed an amendment.
So, Honorable Dr. Kabiru, do you still want the provision to be deleted in view of...
In the spirit of the guidance you have given, that the concerns may be reflected in clause 24, I will abandon the proposed amendment.
Very well.
So that
I'll put a question on clause 24, clause 12. As many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill, say aye. Clause 13.
Appointment of Chief Executive Officer.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill, say aye. Part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Functions of the Chief Executive Officer.
Chairman of the committee. Amendment V.
Speaker, amendment proposed Clause 14, subparagraph 1. Subclause 1, paragraph A, line 2, delete affairs of the Speaker. The new rendition will be the Chief Executive Officer is a responsible
amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 14(1)(a), say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 14(1)(a) by the chairman of the committee is ordered to. All those in favor of clause 14 as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Appointment of other staff.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question on clause 15. As many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, even though you have already...
You need to bring a motion to reverse my decision.
No, far from that. Just to raise my concern for the records. Because I thought that there would have been an opportunity for the appointment of a deputy CEO. Where? Keep quiet. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a very, very important authority. And an authority, if you look at the mandate of this authority, it will require a deputy to support the CEO in the administration.
Well, you have made your point. So the question is that the policy that came before us did not make provision for appointment of deputy CEO. But once the bill is introduced, it's in the domain of Parliament. And you are suggesting?
Well, Mr. Speaker, once there will be a second consideration, we may want to defer this.
Very well. Majority, let me hear Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
If you ask me, I'll tell you honestly, there should be no room for deputies. They will go and cause him problems. They will think that they have the same remit and powers like him, and they will end up not doing anything. So if you want to save us some more money, take away deputies and allow whoever is going there to go and function properly. Unless you want to create one job, 3 shifts. So
yes, Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the authority, deems it so fit to do. But I think we should leave it the way it is. When you legislate deputies, it creates problems, especially for these agencies. You create a chief executive and then you legislate a deputy chief executive. It tends to create friction. So I think we should drop it.
But in the past, we've been creating the position for 2 deputies.
I know. In fact, I know of those who did 3 deputies. It's okay.
Yes, so clause 16.
Secretary to the board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 16, we have some proposed amendments. Indeed, subclause 2, paragraph C, delete on the advice of and insert or. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be the board shall appoint a secretary to the board. Executive officer may direct. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable John Darko first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are doing clause 16. I propose that on their proposal. Okay, then I will use to my brother. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I will use.
Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the proposal made by my colleague and then make a counter proposal. Mr. Speaker, the rendition as so read to us is to read that the secretary to the board perform any other function that the board, on the advice of the chief executive, if I got it right. Mama, if you could state it again. I don't want to misquote what you said and then now.
The proposed amendment is to delete on the advice of and then replace it with or. So the new rendition will be, the secretary shall perform any other function that the board or the chief executive officer may direct.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I think clearly in this House, we have made the provision that the secretary to the board should perform other function that the board or the chief executive officer may direct, may lead to some absurdity. Because in the event where the board give a directive to the secretary to the board, and the chief executive also gives a contrary, action should be to the board and not all the advice of the chief executive. I so submit.
Honorable available leader.
Speaker, thank you very much. I agree with my colleague. And just to also say that the reporting line should be to the board chair. Rather than, yes.
So, give us a rendition.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would go with the old rendition, that's perform any other function that the board may direct. That is so. I so submit.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm amenable to this.
I'll put a question.
So we take off the ambiguity.
So, do the needful withdraw your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, my amendment will still be re-amended. Indeed, we'll still be deleting on the advice of, but we will delete again the chief executive officer. So the new rendition will be...
So all those in favor of the rendition perform. Those against. Question on the entire clause 16. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, on clause 16.1, it says the board shall appoint the secretary to the board. I will propose, and Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, that we include to appoint a secretary to the board. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because if you look at the at 992 section, goes ahead 212 lists the functions.
Act applies to authority.
Well, I mean, Mr. Speaker, I mean, you may want to.
Yes.
Speaker and leader, the board appointing on the advice of the chief executive. Normally, when it comes to secretary to the board, because the chief executive, you may reference other acts, but I know on several fronts that the appointment of the company secretary is the board may appoint a secretary to the board on the advice of the chief executive officer. I so submit.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, based on the question you asked, I'm also curious that if you are making a case that the the authority is not subject to the Companies Act. Is it? That cannot be the case. So I'm surprised that, leader, you seem to suggest that the Act 992 doesn't apply here. Qualifications of secretaries to any board must be subject to the Act 992. And so can it be the case that, Mr. Speaker, that the board will appoint somebody who is not qualified per the Act 992? That's a question I believe you may want to respond.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
I think the Speaker gave you some guidance. Speaker gave you some guidance. Now, an act which sets out how companies are to be set up, the boards, and then the secretary, and then it sets out the qualifications for secretaries. Here we are dealing with a statutory body, an authority being established by Parliament. It's not a company. So you cannot import the qualifications for a company secretary into the board of an authority that is being established. And that's the guidance that Mr. Speaker was given. You should understand that this authority is not going to be driven by private interest. Now, a company may end up listing at the stock exchange. And so regulators are interested in the quality of people who put themselves forward to try and run people's businesses and manage their money and their resources and etc. Here it is a political thing in the sense that it is a president who is setting out to achieve a certain objective, a governance objective, and that is why he is appointing his chief executive, and then he is appointing the board, and the board members are being told that you can also appoint a secretary to assist you, basically perform the functions of making sure that meetings are convened, keeping records of the meetings, and then communicating decisions of the board. So I believe that they will look for people who are competent to carry out those functions. If they fail to do that, they will suffer politically because they will have an incompetent authority, because it is served by an incompetent board, because it has a bad secretary that makes the board inefficient, and there will be a political price to pay for that. So let's just leave it as structured.
That is 16C.
No, that one we finished it. We finished 16C.
Yes.
I was commenting on 16.1, where I said the board shall appoint a secretary to the board on the advice of the chief executive.
Consideration of the House. Let me hear from Sule.
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we should tie the hands of the board and to suggest that the chief executive should be the one recommending to them. The point is that no board will appoint somebody who will not be competent enough to be. There's no justification that we should allow the chief executive officer to be the one recommending to the board. And so for me, I think that the rendition that we have should stay. Thank you.
Yes, I'll put a question. Yes, you still.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think the proposal is not for the chief executive to recommend. I said on the advice, but I don't have a problem abandoning the proposal to proceed. Thank you.
All those in favor of.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
You know the chief executive is already a member of the board. So if your concern is advice, then you don't have a.
He's saying that the board, and he is part of the board. So how can he be part of the board and again come out as a member of the board to be advising a board of which he is a member?
The chief executive wears two hats, as a management head and a board member. So
yes, but this one,
we'll debate that in
the act of the board would include the chief executive. So it's part of the decision-making body. All those in favor of clause 16 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, 17, a minor amendment. Subclause 5, line 3, after copy, delete H. After copy, delete H. Speaker, the new rendition will be the internal auditor shall, in accordance with subsection 4 of section 16 of the internal audit, paid under this section to the chairperson of the board. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17.5, as amended by the chairman of the committee, is ordered to stand part of the bill. I put a question on the entire clause 17. All those in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Funds of the authority.
Speaker, no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any yes? Yes?
Looking at the object of this bill, the functions of the bill, and what we want to achieve as a nation with this bill, should automatically exclude loans.
Yes.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the objective of this 24-hour economy is not to burden the state with loans. It is rather intended to take out from loans to a 24-hour economy where the economy will be self-sufficient. So if rather in achieving that, so Mr. Speaker, I just let me put my proposal.
Let's do some exercise. Go back and look at clause 1 of the bill.
Clause 1.
What does clause 1 say?
Clause 1, establishment of the 24-hour economy authority.
So read clause 1.1.
Clause 1.1, there is established by this act the 24-hour economy authority as a body corporate.
So why would you want to make a law and deny a body corporate from taking loan?
By the nature
because
of...
a body corporate is a juristic person.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not denying it, but Mr. Speaker, let's
My
look
brother,
at the
on
purpose,
this occasion, in this occasion, you just want to be eternal litigant. Kindly resume your seat.
Not necessarily.
Resume your seat.
My proposal.
Honorable member, resume your seat.
Oh.
Honorable members, I don't think it will accord with common sense and reason to establish 24-hour economy as a corporate body. And when it comes to the sources of funding, we deny a corporate body, a juristic person that we are creating, the power to access loan. For me, it doesn't accord with common sense and reason. I'm doing this because you are a lawyer, and then I expect you to know the legal position of creating a corporate body, a legal position of creating a juristic person.
They are making a law, so we can give them the right to take law.
Members, yes.
The amendment
is to delete the law.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Let me just explain that part of the model of the 24-hour economy is to pool partnerships and raise funds to invest in certain critical ventures. So the authority in which they will have to take a loan, and all of them will be responsible for the loan. So I don't think that you can divorce the exercise that the authority is going to engage in from the taking of loans. It's not going to be possible. Let's take my earlier example about developing the Volta corridor, and it becomes necessary to develop the lake transport system. The 24-hour economy authority can raise loans to work with lake transport company to purchase activities that will be taking place along those routes to support evacuation and etc. So taking loans will be one of the activities, because you also are supposed to benefit from returns on investments. So if you haven't taken loans to invest, how are you going to benefit from the returns? Why are you not saying that we shouldn't allow the authority to benefit from returns on investment? No, listen. Monies approved by Parliament may not necessarily be loans. Listen, may not necessarily be loans. They could be simple budgetary allocations. Okay? They could also be loans taken by the government of Ghana and given to the authority. But there is a category of loans where the authority itself, financial institutions, and take those loans. That is why this one is being made explicit, so that the authority is not constrained. And that is the object of this clause. So that taking a loan is part of the things that they can do. I beg you, let's make progress.
Honourable members, this is very novel in the legislative process. The whole world is listening to us. On one breath, we are making a law to say that we are establishing a corporate body. I mean, this kind of deliberate litigations, we try as much as possible to avoid it in our legislative process. So you can say you are creating a corporate body. Then on one breath, you say, I have created you as a corporate body, juristic person, yet I'm denying you the power to take loan. It is never done anywhere. So sometimes the deliberate nature of it, I mean, it's clear to do it in a way that glaring, it will not be seen that this is the game that we are playing.
Humility. Mr. Speaker, purposive approach when it comes to interpretation. What this act or what this is seeking to achieve, this bill is seeking to achieve. And I I've read my mind to section 3 that we have done. Functions of the authority. And there are so many functions from A to M. And then I didn't see any of these functions that will require the authority to assess a loan. That's all.
Do you agree with me that in law, when you create a corporate body, it is a juristic person, just 100%. Like a human being?
100%.
So can we make law based on the circumstances, based on the functions that you perform, that you cannot take loan?
Oh, yes. If it is intended to achieve a purpose.
What kind of law would that be?
Oh.
What kind of law would that be? Please, I think we have to make progress. I'll put a question on clause 18. There is nothing ambiguous about clause 18. All those in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Bank accounts of the authority.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, clause 19. Amendment proposed. Sub-clause 2, line 3. Delete republic and insert country.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll then put a question on the entire clause 19. All those in favor of clause 19 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Expenses of the authority.
Chairman of the committee proposed amendment. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no.
No proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 21? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit concerned with the provisions of taxes that the Minister of Finance may in writing determine with the prior approval of Parliament. We already have Minister of Finance, that authority, to make that proposal to Parliament. And so I'm just interested in why we want to bring this back under this provision. I don't know if the chairman of the committee can explain.
Chairman of the committee, they want you to specifically explain. It's clear though, but explain.
Mr. Speaker, too much meat doesn't spoil the soup. For emphasis, just so you know that it is also in this law. Thank you.
Are you convinced? Very well. All those in favor of clause 21 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Borrowing powers.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 22? Those in favor of clause 22 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Accounts and audits.
Chairman of the committee.
No proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? The absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, all those in favor of clause 23 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Annual reports and other reports.
Chairman of the committee.
No proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed amendment and it's consequential to the previous discussion, clause 12. And by this, I'm proposing the deletion of N after president, and also deletion of responsible for finance after minister, and then insert in place of N or, and after there we add this. And the new rendition, Mr. Speaker, if I may just read, we read, the board shall within 30 days after the receipt of the audit report submit an annual report to the president or the designated minister covering the activities and the operation of the authority for the year to which the days release. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Well, that should be the position. But to say or provides an alternative that the president may not receive it. So the minister and the minister designate. So we say the board shall within 30 days after the receipt of the audit report submit an annual report to the president and the minister designate covering the activities and the operations of the authority for the year to which the report relates.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, so I move that the new rendition should read, the board shall within 30 days after the receipt of the audit report submit an annual report to the minister and the minister designate covering the activities and the operation of the authority for the year to which the report relates.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I want him to retake that.
It reads, submit an annual report to the President and the Minister designate.
So he said the Minister and
the Minister designate.
So because, Mr. Speaker, your rendition is now...
Very well. That is what we are putting the question on. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of confused here because from 23, the account and audit, the bill of the audit report to the minister responsible for finance and the board. So if they're giving the audit report...
What will happen is that consequentially, the Minister for Finance should read Minister designate.
So 23...
Because of clause 12.
Okay. Okay.
And because of the fact that minister has not been interpreted in the law.
Yes.
So you couldn't take it to be a Minister for Finance.
No, but the sponsors of the bill, they are so specific. And they've mentioned the minister responsible for finance.
That is a problem. Minister designate by the President. So if it is the Minister for Finance, we should say Minister and then go to the interpretation column to go and define the minister to mean minister responsible for finance.
No, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's no conflict between clause 12 and the clause that we are looking at. Now, clause 12(2) simply says the President may, in writing, designate a minister or any other person, so it could even be a non-minister, to perform functions assigned by the President. So the assumption that the President is delegating to a minister supervisory responsibility on the basis of the reading of clause 12 is not well founded. In the case of clause 24, we are dealing with just reporting. 23 talks about financial reporting and 24 talks about general reporting. So the idea is that the finance minister is a critical stakeholder in terms of financial accountability because he's going to be advancing money to the authority. So let him have your report. It is not a conferment of ministerial oversight in the finance minister. So again, we cannot conclude that by asking him to present a copy of a report, then we are, conferring on him responsibility. And that is why the clause says that the report should be given to the President, because from the beginning we said that the authority is answerable to the President. But then also the finance minister should also be a recipient of the report, simply because of the critical role that the finance minister plays in making money available to the authority. So I don't see contradictions in any of these arrangements that have been made.
Honourable Majority Leader, within the meaning of clause 12(3), say the minister or any other person. Who is that minister? Is he a minister different from the finance minister?
It could be, for instance, that the President will find out that this particular project that the authority is trade and industry. So the President may designate that minister and say, on this issue of value chain development project, I want you, the Minister for Agribusiness and Trade and Industry, to anchor, yes.
No. It's talking about executive oversight. It is in relation to the executive oversight that a minister is designated.
Yes.
You see, so this one is not talking about a specific project to say that this project relates to agribusiness. So the Minister of Trade and Agribusiness, you are going to be responsible for this. So if there is another one dealing with railway, then we say a minister responsible for railway, you are in charge of this. So for me, the understanding is that the president will designate a minister. So who is that minister designated? Yet the report and other things will go to the finance minister if that minister happens not to be the finance minister. So in this context, so in the law. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Let me hear from the Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition in 24 is very basic and cuts across. The Public Financial Management Act makes it mandatory for covered entities to submit annual reports to the Minister for Finance. Now, we make this provision to add the minister responsible for this particular ministry to the finance minister, so that those reports are given to the two ministers. In this particular case, because we said oversight is with the presidency or a minister or a person that he will designate, we can either change the president. Here, the only difference we have here, as for Minister for Finance, that is what the PFMA says, that annual reports must go to the Minister of Finance and the minister responsible for the particular authority. In this case, the president was put here because we contemplated that oversight is with the president or any person or minister that he designates. So we can tweak 24 to say that the board shall, if we want to replace the president. But as for the minister responsible for finance, that is what the law says under the Public Financial Management Act. So the only change will be going straight to the president or whoever he designates to be. So in this case, the minister designates.
So who gives the policy directives? Who gives the policy directives?
The president.
Yes. Majority Leader, let me hear you before.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The object of this bill is to place oversight in the hands of the president. That is clear in every respect. Clause 12, the rendition of Clause 12, Mr. Speaker, if you observe, is not the same as the provisions that we have in other bills where we say that the president may assign a minister to be responsible for an agency. If you look at 12.2, it says the president may in writing designate to oversee an agency.
Yes.
It is always a minister. It is always a minister that we say the president can appoint to oversee an agency. And we said the man himself, it comes to relate, present papers and reports on behalf of that agency, and that is why we always do it that way. So what I see here, and my understanding, unless is the fact that the role of the authority largely is to coordinate. And so when the role of the authority is largely a coordinating role, and I indicated from the beginning that a lot of ministers are, and that is why there's a special provision that says that the president may in writing designate a minister or any other person to perform functions assigned by the president. Functions, we haven't been told exactly what functions they will be. So let's leave it that way. And the clause 24 and 25 are simply reporting obligations. And the report is to go to the president and the minister of finance. I think that is the whole idea. If the president takes the report and he has drafted and then make progress.
When I had envisioned what we are discussing now. And this will be the first time, unless, of course, independent constitutional bodies that we have within
the structure of this House, that a minister will be responsible for an authority and a different minister will be reporting to Parliament on same authority. This is going to be the first. And I don't want us to create that situation where you would have a different minister responsible for an authority and a different minister is required to come and report. And the report to be submitted is not just financial. If you read clause 24, it's clear that it's not only financial. The minister would accompany the report with a statement, including the challenges of the authority oversight over. And unless, of course, you are saying that the president will not appoint a minister responsible for the authority, and the president can decide to exercise the power of reporting to any minister. In this case, you contemplate the minister responsible for finance. Otherwise, if we don't tidy this, and this is going to be the first, unless, of course, the chairman of the committee report to this House that there is any single bill or any single act that the minister who has oversight over that agency is different from the minister who is reporting to Parliament on same. And we shouldn't just create anything and go away as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, we will need to tidy this thing. If we are not sure, let's defer it to the win-win.
Reports and other reports. So because of other reports, it goes beyond just financial. And what Dr. Kabiru is saying is very true. If care is not taken, we'll have Minister of Finance playing a role in this bill, and we also have a minister designate by the president. So which of them will be responsible and answerable to this House? Is it the finance minister or the minister designate? So I am inclined to also declare clause 24 for winnowing. Defer clause 24 for winnowing. Yes?
I think that when it comes to the reporting rendition, I honestly don't see a problem. But I think that there's some case to revisit clause 12.
Yes.
There's a case for revisiting clause 12 to confer with the proponents of the bill to have a sense of what the contemplation is when it comes to 12.2. What really were they thinking when they crafted 12.2? Because reading it on its face, it doesn't confer ministerial oversight on a minister in relation to the authority. It doesn't. But Parliament is, in the way that it works, used to having a minister that comes to answer in relation to whatever that authority is doing.
Yes.
And it seems that there's a vacuum in that regard. There's a vacuum in that regard. And that's something that we ought to try and then address. So we can still take 24 and then contemplate some revision when it comes to second consideration. We would look at 12 and we'll speak to Attorney General and see if we can address that.
So that if it will have impact on clause 12, we'll do that.
If it does, then we can also take it in second consideration.
And accordingly, clause 24 is deferred. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Now, well, my position is that clause 24 is not really a problem, but that if we go to second consideration stage,
so
and
I should
clause
put a
12,
question,
yeah, so and 12,
and then we'll
clause
look at
12
it.
changes, we can also take revisit clause 24.
Consideration of clause 24, so that when it is adequately considered, at the point of considering it, whatever
whatever proposal might happen in clause 24 might have an effect in clause 12. And Mr. Speaker, even the way the bill has been introduced into this House might also be problematic, because you are talking about the Attorney General being the one the entire 24-hour economy is under. He moved the motions for the second reading. And if in the decision of the Winnowing Committee on clause 24, that had an effect on clause 12, inadvertently we are going to have a new introduction. If it is the case that it will be under Ministry of Finance, then it will be Finance that will take care of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should just suspend the entire bill at this stage.
That clause that is to be deferred, we'll defer it. We are left with 2 or 3 clauses.
Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, today give it to me.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect, no matter what we are going to do, we will definitely come back to second consideration, no matter what. So whether we are rushing it out or not, we'll bring the bill back to second consideration. So it's better.
Let me ask you a simple question. Without completing consideration, can you come to second consideration?
Mr. Speaker, by standing down clause 24, anything you do now will not get the bill complete today.
Yes.
So it is better we do the right thing.
No, the other provisions are consequential provisions. Like, for instance, we are left with regulations. We are left with interpretation.
Mr. Speaker,
then we are done.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that due to some of the issues on clause 12, members are ready to introduce new clauses to this matter. So as a quick, I'm drawing your attention to certain issues. So I think that.
So when we get there, let them introduce it.
So
clause 24 deferred.
Drawing your attention.
Clause 25. Clause 25.
Regulations.
Why? You want to speak to a deferred clause?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I want to introduce a new clause, 25, before we go to regulation, if I have your permission. Mr. Speaker, we are passing,
Buama.
Speaker.
Let me use the opportunity to again say that when you have a new clause to introduce, the new clauses are introduced at the end. Yes. Get to the drafters to rearrange. If the new provision is carried out, then we direct the drafters to rearrange the numbering.
Okay.
Yes. So, clause 25.
Regulations.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, clause 25, subclause 1, line 3, after effective, insert and efficient. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to draw your attention for some guidance. Based on the matter Honourable Buama raised, under Standing Order 170, 170F. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 171F, that the consideration of a schedule, the long title, shall follow the consideration of clauses, including new clauses, and the procedure prescribed in order shall be followed with the necessary.
That is the correct position of the law. When the clauses are done, new clauses, before you come to the long title of the bill. So what you have read is not different from what I've said.
So, Mr. Speaker, in this case, you are of the view that he should stand down his new.
That is what exactly I have said. That at the end.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we just want to get you clear.
You see,
we just want to get you clear.
Honorable Habib, you've been in this house for some time. When you are doing a consideration of a bill, after the clauses are done, it is then that you come to the long title. So before coming to the long title, if there are new clauses in line with the provision that you have read, that is the point that you take the new clauses. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we've just started implementing 24-hour economy. Why are you in a hurry to go home? Why are you in a hurry to go home? Why are you in a hurry to go home? Speaker is ready to work. He's been sitting there for 12 hours. He just wants to do another 12 hours to add. So, Mr. Speaker, we're left with just 2 clauses. Let's just, Mr. Speaker, let's just take the 2 clauses. Let's take the 2 clauses, because we'll definitely come back to certain consideration. The 2 are standard.
All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 25 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of.
Yes,
yes, yes.
On 20. Oh, you're not done.
Oh, okay. There's a further amendment by the chairman of the committee.
Chairman, okay. After you.
Then amendment to 24. After accelerated, insert export. New rendition is the design, duration, content, development, and implementation of the 24-hour economy and the accelerated export development program. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment, as in X, at page 16. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable John Daku.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on 25(2)(b), the procedure for the disbursement of an allocation of funds to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that we take the funds and make it loans, since we are going to take loans from agencies or even money from Parliament, and we are going to give out loans to these small and medium-scale enterprises. So in this current rendition, it is possible that these loans was the kind of funds we're talking about here. I would suggest that we write loans there, so that it is obvious that the regulation is going to deal with loans that will be given to these small-scale companies. Exactly. No grant.
My colleague, Honorable 25(2)(b), the procedure enterprises and other persons. What's the definition of other persons?
Well, the persons is defined in the Interpretation Act. So if you pick your Interpretation Act, you should be able. Interpretation Act, I'm not talking about the interpretation of the law. So you can get the definition there. So clearly,
can this
when it is different, then they will specify in the law. But when it is not specified,
Mr. Speaker,
then it means it's not different.
I have checked the interpretation part of this bill, and there is nothing on that definition. And I know that
in a way. Insult my intelligence, because I am not referring to the interpretation of this law. I'm referring to Interpretation Act. And I ask that you should check from the Interpretation Act. So if you are saying you are looking at the interpretation column of the law, then you are not treating me fairly.
This very bill is saying that if this bill is in conflict with anything, we should go with this bill. That's what the bill says. If you come to clause 26,
is there any provision indicating? Is there any provision indicating that, with all due respect, is there any provision indicating that the word person is different from us using the interpretation?
Mr. Speaker, that's why I said I needed assistance from the chairman.
I think we need some guidance from Honorable Jerry.
Mr. Speaker,
Jerry.
Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Speaker,
I would ask Jerry to guide you on this issue.
Mr. Speaker, because if you come to clause 26, it says that where there is a conflict or inconsistency between the provision of this act and other enactment relevant to this act, the provisions in this act shall prevail. So if he gives the definition and it's the same thing with the interpretation, I don't have a problem. But if he
definition,
Mr. Speaker,
when the definition is in the, will you listen to me for once? If you are looking for interpretation of person, I am humbly asking you to look at the Interpretation Act.
I think your role is to guide us. And if
That's why I'm guiding you, you don't want to take the guidance.
If I don't understand something, it's within my right to still.
I'm guiding you, but Honorable John Dako, what's your issue?
Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman is on his feet. He understands exactly what I'm asking for. What kind of funds are we giving out? Is it loan or grant? And my rendition is that this will be loan because we are going to be taking loans from other places, and we're going to get funds from the public. And so the question is, whether the 24-hour economy is set up.
Out of order.
Oh,
kindly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker,
with all due respect, resume your seats. Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to avert my learned friend's mind to the fact that loans, if you look at Section 18, funds of the authority, loan is part of the funds. So loan is a subset of the funds. Mr. Speaker, safe to say that I want to make a further amendment to 25(1). Mr. Speaker, because 25(1).
Well, John Dako, you know the position, Chairman, and in talking about the disbursement of the fund, that is why the Chairman of the Committee is referring you to Clause 18 of the law, which talks about the funds. So therefore, what this particular provision is talking about is to set out the procedure for the allocation of the funds. So if you talk about the funds, it's one thing, as in Clause 18. So what you are saying, honorable members, I'm restraining myself.
With respect, I mean, with respect, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with respect, with the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, what I'm seeking to do here is not even really about Section 18 as to the funds of 24 hours economy. I'm talking about the monies that we are going to give out to the micro companies, the small-scale companies. But Mr. Speaker, they are giving out money. And so it is that money that they refer to as funds. So the question is whether it's going to be loan or it's going to be grant. And I believe Majority Leader understands what I'm saying. Yes. So, because 18 is what is coming into the
so
funds.
What is the marginal note for 25?
Mr. Speaker, it's just a regulation because that's the only.
Is it not regulation?
Yes.
Is it not regulation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Have you seen copies of regulation before?
So because we.
So if this law is saying that the regulation must set out the procedure for disbursement and allocation of fund. So if there is any specific details, it will be captured in the regulations, but not in this particular law.
Mr. Speaker, with respect.
So I'm finding it difficult to understand the point from which you are coming from.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, just bear with me. The difference is that the regulation is talking about the procedure for the disbursement. My issue is disbursement of what? Is it disbursement of loans to the small scale?
Honorable John Dako, that is why persistently they are referring you to Clause 18, which deals with the funds. So the procedure for the use of that particular fund will be regulated. That is why 25 is saying that you must make regulation. So why would you want any specification, whether it's going to be loan, whether it's going to be this?
Mr. Speaker, maybe
because it's just creating the enabling environment.
Mr. Speaker, the point here is that regulation 25.
So Honorable John Dako, move your amendment.
Okay, so my amendment is that so 25 2B should read the procedure for the disbursement and allocation of loans to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises and other persons.
Now look at the law.
Yes.
From page 1. to the end, to the interpretation, and tell me where it talks about disbursement.
If you look at 3, if you, oh, just be patient, just be patient. If you look at regulation 3, oh really?
Honorable Majority Leader.
I think the speaker should call you to order. What we've been doing here is we help fashion this law and tell us that we are not making sense.
Honorable Majority Leader.
No, you are wrong. You should withdraw that.
Please, Honorable Sule, resume your.
So put the question. I want to say that I understand the question, which basically is that, please, I'm on my feet, so it's not it's me. I'm on my feet.
Honorable Asamoah, you've occupied a very high noise. Is constituting a disorderly conduct.
Mr. Speaker, let me just explain. As we speak, you are concerned about whether it is loan or grant. We don't know. We don't know whether it is loan or it is a grant. We know that they may disburse funds. Is that okay? Saying that if they are going to disburse funds, then they must set out the procedure for the disbursement of the funds. And the procedure must be captured in regulations, and those regulations will come to this House to be approved by this House. You're okay now, so let's proceed.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I was just trying to draw your attention to the fact that
come at second consideration. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Oh, I raised it. He just didn't pick it.
Clause 26.
Modification of existing enactment.
Chairman of the committee.
No proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members have put a question. In the absence of any proposed amendment, all those in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, first amendment is to delete under clause 27, delete minister. Delete definition of minister.
Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I think that as mentioned in Regulation 25(2)(b), if the meaning of other persons can be provided.
We don't have regulation before us.
Mr. Speaker.
We have bill before us.
Mr. Speaker, we have interpretation on clause 27, so other persons should be defined.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, my very good friend, take guidance. That person has already been interpreted in the Interpretation Act. There is no need defining it here.
Mr. Speaker, consideration stage rules are relaxed. My good friend Achampong was whispering to me that other persons means. So the definition of other persons whether it means
and consideration stage of a bill is not a joke. So I'll consequentially order that definition of other person you claim to have come from Richard Achampong is expunged from the records as if it does not exist.
The word has already been defined. The legal education reform bill is here.
The proposal is to delete the interpretation of minister. Honorable members, in view of the fact that we are going to look at clause 24 and it will see the bearing and then we can reconcile. So, Honorable Chairman, will you do the needful?
While we do the other deferred.
Very well. Process. So move to XII.
It's export.
I think this is consequential. I'll put a question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, XII. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, XII, clause 27, amendment proposed. Definition of 24-hour economy and accelerated development program. Paragraph D, line 1, delete diversify and insert diversified. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 27 as amended by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 as amended by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll therefore put a question on the entire clause 27. Yes.
Thank you very much. Under the functions of the authority, 3K, propose the incentive regime applicable to companies operating in the 24-hour economy value chain. So, Speaker, I'm asking if we can define the incentive regime for the purpose of the bill.
You are talking with specific reference to which clause?
3K. Incentive regime could mean many things at different times.
Well, I would direct the drafters to look at the definition of incentive regime. So I would direct the drafters to look at it for us. So I'll put a question on the entire clause 27. All those in favor of clause 27 as variously amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Transitional provision.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to the transitional provision in clause 28? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a new proposal for a clause. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to look at agencies to work.
Good friend, so I'll bring you up. Propose your amendment and give the justification for your proposed amendment. But if you don't have the proposed amendment, you are arguing. It's difficult to understand.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. So, proposed amendment, agencies to work for 24 shift system. I, DVLA. B, Ghana Revenue Authority. C, Ghana Port and Commerce Authority. D, Passport Office. E, MP, National Petroleum Authority. E, boss. any other agency as we may establish. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this proposal on a very serious grounds that this is a 24-hour authority bill, and it will be important that all the agencies that we have indicated prior that DVLA is supposed to work 24 hours, but we cannot see it actually functioning that way. Ghana Revenue Authority is working 24 hours, particularly at the port. Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. The Passport Office, we've been in this house where the Minister of Foreign Affairs has indicated that the Passport Office is supposed to work 24 hours, and the NPA, amongst others. And the gold board, as we know today, is also, gold mining is all over 24 hours. And so we will need a provision to establish. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
So, by expressio union rules, if you have indicated those institutions, if we apply that particular principle, do you think it will help us as a nation?
Mr. Speaker, you know we are all councils.
By express mentioning of those ones, all others are excluded.
Mr.
That's
Speaker,
what the rule says.
Mr. Speaker, I included any other agency that
So
the
because if you include any other agency, then it means that all the agencies in this country can operate under 24 hours. So must you specify them?
But Ghanaians are looking for.
Well, I'll give the floor to Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
let me end my
I'll
point.
put a question on your amendment, don't worry. Let me hear, I'll put a question on your amendment.
I'm just concluding, so.
Mr. Speaker, it's very limiting. It lacks ambition. It lacks ambition. It lacks ambition. It's very limiting. Our objective is for the entire economy, the entirety of Ghana, to work 24 hours. So for him to list just about 5 or 6 organizations and say, if it was about the 6 organizations, we will not be passing a law establishing an authority. So we are opposed to this. So put the question.
Do you have a counter proposal?
No, Mr. Speaker, not actually, but I want to appeal to the Majority Leader from the angle that he is going, that I know you are a very good lawyer, good standing. So when your colleague counsel raise issues of this nature, let's interrogate it, Mr. Speaker, not just moving to voting, because the impulse of his leader, what that's why I invited him to ask him that why. I wanted to see the intent and the reason why he has made that proposal. And Mr. Speaker, if you listen to him carefully, he is actually saying that if we have made a document to say we are passing a 24-hour economy authority bill, so we can mention some of the status, some agencies to start up. It's very important to start up, because you see, when we just pass it like this and we leave it, Mr. Speaker, when we pass it like this, leader, and we just don't even mention something, either 1 or 2, not necessarily what he has mentioned, and then they use the word "and may." Mr. Speaker, when you, leader, I don't want you to go through this angle of putting questions. I don't want us to go through this angle to polish it up. Mr. Speaker, for the angle that he's coming from, you might differ, but the intent, we can polish it up. So what I'm saying is that, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong saying that we should start with NPA, Petroleum Authority, National Petroleum Authority, where fuel filling stations need to work 24 hours. We talk about DVLA, where we can do things 24 hours. The port working 24 hours.
But is the memo indicating that they are starting from somewhere?
Mr. Speaker, this thing, there's a history behind it. Our president.
I think I'll have to put a question. I'm putting the question on the proposed amendment by
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
don't put the question now, because
Mr. Speaker, we are not properly constituted to put this question.
There is a proposed amendment on the floor. There is a proposed amendment on the floor. Particularly, the proposed amendment is coming from your side. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by Boama, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the noes have it. The amendment is not carried. Any other issue? Yes?
Mr. Speaker,
hours.
We've done more than 5 hours, but let me thank colleagues.
That brings us temporarily to the end of consideration stage for today.
Patience and sitting to assist us have this bill taken through the consideration stage.
The consideration stage has come to an end for today. Leader, tomorrow being Friday,
Mr. Speaker, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
Honorable members, we've done more than 5 hours, fortified by Standing Order 56-2. I'll proceed to adjourn the House since same lies within my means. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 6 February 2026 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.